NFL playoffs, conference championship Sunday, both AFC and NFC championship games with a Super Bowl 55 berth on the line. We'll begin with the NFC title game from the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the road taking on the Green Bay Packers. Later on tonight, we'll have a Buffalo Bill Kansas City Chief rematch from Week 6 as well. Both Week 6 rematches with Super Bowl berth on the line coming up right now as Bucks Packs is about to kick off. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL playoffs. Chat questions and comments. Super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. So the Buccaneers and Packers, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers. Brady, of course, first year in Tampa Bay following 20 years in New England with the Pats. 14th conference title game, 13, of course, with the Patriots. If he wins today, gets to the NFL record 10th Super Bowl. Week 6 rematch that took place in Tampa, in which the Buccaneers routed the Packers 38-10 after Green Bay got out to an early 10-0 lead. However, Rodgers with 2 interceptions, 1 for a touchdown. Tampa really didn't look back after that. Later on, we'll get more into Bills Chiefs at 6:30 whenever that game does in fact kick off over on CBS. Final Fox game of the year, as CBS, of course, will have the Super Bowl in 2 weeks' time in Tampa. Along with, if Tampa wins today, they'll become the first ever NFL team in history to play in their home stadium for a Super Bowl. So a lot on the line, of course. Win or go home. It's playoff time, as we all know. But if you win today, you get to the promised land, and 4 more quarters from there, you come out on top there. You're Super Bowl champions for this season, unlike any other in 2020, 2021 for the National Football League. So, nice aerial shot of Lambeau Field in Green Bay. Snowed overnight. Sun's out though right now. And Green Bay on to kick off. So we're going to get Brady and the Bucks on offense first. There is fans in the stands. Of course, limited capacity, social distance. But does feel like NFL playoff football as Mason Crosby kicks off from left to right. Tampa from the 4 on the return. And out past the 20 and 25-30. Few missed tackles there by Green Bay on the kickoff return, but it'll be 1st and 10, setting up shot for Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from the 34-yard line. He'll be without Antonio Brown at wide receiver today. However, of course, still has the 3-headed monster in the backfield with Leonard Fournette, along with LaShawn McCoy, but Ronald Jones, since returning from his injury late in the regular season, has played well in this now 3-game road trip during this playoff run for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Brady going to start out under center. Of course, then still at wide receiver, Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, and then Gronk and Brady at tight end. And Brady under center going to hand off to Leonard Fournette, who gets a start this afternoon. And he'll pick up about 3, maybe 4 yards on the carry. So it'll be 2nd down and medium here as Tampa Bay already subbing some players in. Bruce Arians, the head coach of the Bucs, has been in the league for a very long time. Matt LaFleur, though, only in his 2nd ever NFL season as a head coach. 2nd and 7 after pick up a 3, another handoff to Fournette. So both teams, at least Tampa Bay here early on, trying to establish a run game, which is a good thing to see, at least here on their opening drive. As in my opinion, at least, come playoff time, you got to be able to run the football and play good defense in order to win. And even with, this game potentially turning into a shootout with the quarterback duel that we could see with Brady and Rodgers meeting for the first time in the playoffs. Of course, Brady in New England for all those years, they've only met a few times. They'd only meet once every 4 years. Last in 2018 with New England defeating Green Bay, but Brady on 3rd and 4 going to go deep down the near sideline, has a man caught, 1st down Bucks. That's Mike Evans at the 35-yard line, and they're going to mark him down. He didn't think he was down there for a second. Got back up and continued to run, but right in the breadbasket from Brady to Evans. 12-13 on 3rd and 4 to the 34. And it'll be 1st and 10 once again from that yard line, just where Tampa Bay started this opening drive. 1st and 10 officially from 33 now. Motion man from the top of your screen, back in the backfield, Brady under center. And Brady going to hand off to Leonard Fournette, the former Jaguar, came over this past offseason. This upcoming NFL offseason will begin, of course, in a little less than 2 months from now or so, on St. Patrick's Day, if I'm not mistaken. But that pass went for 27, a yard on the pickup. Fournette, the go-to starting running back here this afternoon. Good to see Tampa Bay back in the playoffs. They won the first playoff game against Washington a few weeks back for the first time since that 2003 campaign in which they won Super Bowl 37 over the Raiders. Screen incomplete, far side, intended for Nettie. Had it and dropped it, so it'll be 3rd down and 9. Good thing, though, for Tampa Bay, they are right on the outside field goal range. So on this 3rd and 9, really all they're going to need moving forward is probably, of course, unless they want to, take another deep shot or see what they draw up here. Try to take an early lead, of course, on the road, which is another good thing to have, especially in the playoffs. All they're really going to need is 4 or 5 yards. Simple short pass over the middle, maybe. Brady going to go to Godwin for 12, 13 yards on the reception. They're going to mark Godwin down inside the red zone, actually, at the 18. So that goes for about 15 yards. So Brady 2 for 2 for 50-plus here on this opening drive. So they pick up the 1st down, but all right, they keep the drive alive. Godwin a simple out route to the far sideline, but really settle for field goal early. I mean, you can't settle for 3 all the time, but especially on the road in the playoffs against the Packers and Aaron Rodgers. Couple yards, kick a field goal, but they go for the 1st down. They're going to run the ball once again for Fournette, and he gets to the 15 for a pickup of 3 yards. So 2, 3, 4, 5 yards here and there. Eventually, of course, you're going to break or run off, and we could see, as everybody's talking about both these quarterbacks with Brady and Rodgers, of course. If you hear any noise in the background, just some dogs barking, so don't get any concerns thrown my way or don't get worried by any means. They're going to have trips near side in a bunch. Godwin in motion. 2nd and 7 from the 15. Brady out of the gun looking to throw. It's going to be incomplete. Dropped once again by Fournette. So he's running the ball well, but he can't catch to save his life here early on, as it'll bring up 3rd down and 7. But run. It seems like Tampa, at least, trying to be as balanced as they possibly can be. Get the run game established, take an early lead on the road. And then, in my opinion, because everybody's talking about both these quarterbacks, in which we could see a quarterback duel, no doubt, with as good Brady and Rodgers both are. Brady going to go deep, touchdown. Mike Evans, touchdown. Buccaneers, they take an early 6-0 lead. So, no Antonio Brown, no problem. He goes to Evans twice, there for the touchdown. Goes to Godwin on a big 3rd down conversion for 1st down and continue to run the football. A simple fade, just lobbing it up for Mike Evans. Back corner, near side, sort of midway towards the back of the end zone there. But hey, as long as you get in and they say it's a touchdown, it's really all that matters. So 6-0 Tampa Bay with the extra point to come, and that extra point to make it an early 7-0 road lead for Tampa Bay is up and good. So the Buccaneers on their opening drive 65 and put up 7. Buccaneers 7-0 over the Green Bay Packers with 10 and change to play in this opening quarter. But in my opinion, at least, keys to this game, and we'll get more into Buffalo and Kansas City a little bit later on, as mentioned, as that'll kick off around 6:30 over on CBS. This game just got underway on Fox. You're now tuning in, of course, Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, along with Aaron Andrews and former ESPN standout Tom Rinaldi on the call. We'll have Jim Nance, Tony Romo, and Tracy Wolfson on the call later for Bills and Chiefs. So stick around. We'll get to that game eventually over the next few hours or so. But for this game with Tampa and Green Bay, Tampa Bay and Green Bay, if you will, both the Bay Area teams with the Bay in the name, with two California kids at quarterback from the San Francisco Bay Area, and Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, it could very well turn into a shootout, 25 for 30, or regardless of how many times they throw for, 250, 300, yards passing plus 2, 3, 4 touchdowns apiece. In my eyes, it's going to come down to the running game, as it always does. You got to be able to be balanced around the football and open play action, and then play good defense around your special teams as well when needed. But as we saw Tampa Bay on that opening drive, they were, trying to be balanced at least. Had a few third downs, but they converted. They kept the drive alive, and that's really all that matters. And as long as you get some points at the end of it, that's all anybody ever remembers, and that's all anybody's talking about, as I am, because all anybody ever remembers when it's all said and done is if you won or lost. And if you win today, you get the Super Bowl. And if the Bucs win, they'll become the first NFL team in history to play in their home stadium for a Super Bowl. Now, who knows if they'll be the home or away team when Super Bowl arrives, if they even get there. Still got this game to be played, of course, followed by Bills and Chiefs. But I'm looking at these running backs today. And a little surprising, no Ronald Jones, but Fournette was the go-to there. Jones, a better dual threat running back, all around, can do it all. Fournette, 2 drops on a couple screens, should have been catches, but he was running the ball well on that drive. They kept it going, they scored, so they put up 7. That's really all that matters. But they have Ronald Jones, of course, Leonard Fournette, and shady LaShawn McCoy. But then you go to Green Bay, you got Aaron Jones, along with Jamal Williams and A.J. Dillon. So 2 3-headed monsters in the backfield for both of these teams. 2 3 deep. Green Bay's 4 deep at tight end. Look potentially for big games from Gronk and Cameron Braid, along with Mercedes Lewis and Big Bob Robert Tonyan. But then even at wide receivers, here comes the other number 12, Aaron Rodgers, 12 versus 12. It'll be Rodgers in the pack, first down and 10 after the touchback on the kickoff. First and 10 from the 25-yard line, as in this Week 6 rematch in Green Bay this time around, as they played in Tampa mid-October. The Packers got out to an early 10-0 lead. Tampa now on the road, early 7-0 lead. So we'll see how, of course, this game unfolds. But Rodgers out of the gun, going to hand off. And that is Jamal Williams for a few yards. So look for, honestly, both of these teams to run all 3 running backs today. But then both quarterbacks with the receiving group that they both have, as mentioned with Brady. He's got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, down Antonio Brown. He's played all right in the half the season he's played this year with Tampa Bay. But Rodgers has arguably the best wide receiver this year in the NFL, in Devontae Adams. He looks down the middle, complete. First down, Packers at the 42-yard line, complete to 89, Mercedes Lewis. First and 10 with 10 minutes to play in this opening quarter is Green Bay. After a few yards on their first play of the ball game, Rodgers finds Lewis for a big first down pickup to the 42-yard line. First and 10, Pack. So go Bucks, go Pack, go. Let me know in the comments below who you have winning this NFC Championship game today, advancing Super Bowl 55. And thank you once again for tuning in and watching. So first and 10, Packers from the 42-yard line, motion man, handoff out of the gun. and another yard or so there for Aaron Jones. So Tampa on their opening drive, Brady under center, basically the whole entire drive until they scored. And here early on, Green Bay with Rodgers out of the gun. So Bruce Arians, of course, head coach with Byron Leftwich, former NFL quarterback, calling the plays as the offense coordinator now in Tampa Bay. They've been around. Matt LaFleur, only now in his second NFL season as a head coach. However, Green Bay got to the NFC title game last year, lost on the road to the 49ers. Screen complete on 2nd down and 9, and Jones going to lose about a half yard or so. So 3rd down and long, 3rd and 10 officially. Good defensive stand there by Tampa Bay. But Rodgers at home for the first time in the NFC title game as the Packers starting quarterback. Of course, you go back to 2008, he was still backing up Brett Favre last time the Packers hosted the NFC Championship game. They've had to go on the road the past few times, and they haven't been in the Super Bowl in 10 years. Defeating the Pittsburgh Steelers in Super Bowl 45 as we're 2 weeks away from Super Bowl 55. Rodgers, 3rd and 9, going to go down on the sack back at the 35-yard line. And it'll be 4th down and a mile as Tampa drove and scored 7 on their opening drive. Green Bay, a quick, shouldn't say 3 and out, but that's what it felt like at least. But with the running game, and then with what defense is going to bend but doesn't break when it all comes down to it, as always. Because whatever defense is going to be able to hold either Brady or Rodgers, as defense wins championships, they're going to get you to the Super Bowl. So Green Bay on to punt, and it's going to be down at the 27-yard line. And that is where, just a 7-yard difference from their opening drive, but that's where Brady and the Bucs, the Brady bunch, will begin their next drive when we do officially return from commercial break. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions. Play live right here on YouTube. AFC and NFC championship games is NFL playoff championship Sunday. NFC championship game right now with the Buccaneers and Packers. However, still to come later on tonight, AFC title game, Bills and Chiefs, and another Week 6 rematch. As that game, of course, was supposed to be played on a Thursday night, mid-October, was postponed, rescheduled to a early Monday night on the road for the Chiefs in Buffalo, coming off of a Raider loss. They won at home last week against the Browns. The Bills, they defeated the Colts, along with the Ravens at home, now have to go on the road as a 2 seed. So we got, in this, 1-5, seeding-wise, the NFC playoffs for the title game here this afternoon, and then 1-2 in the AFC. But the day before Bills-Chiefs, back Week 6 in mid-October, we had Packers-Bucks from Tampa Bay, in which, as mentioned, Green Bay got out to an early 10-0 lead, pick 6, really set the course, and Tampa Bay never looked back after that, and the Bucks rolled 38-10, as mentioned. The next day, Kansas City really ran the ball with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who's back today for the Chiefs, which is a good thing. So look for both teams later on tonight as well to run the ball a lot as well, along with what defense bends doesn't break. But then we'll get more into Bills Chiefs, as mentioned, a little bit later on, as with both quarterbacks, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Whatever offense, I do believe, along with even defense, special teams, it doesn't matter. It takes all 3 phases, all aspects to win, as it always does. But in that game, Bills-Chiefs, whatever team makes the most explosive plays, I think is going to win that and then get to the Super Bowl. I officially, with my picks, have Green Bay and Kansas City winning today. If you would have already checked out my NFL playoff predictions, you'd have, of course, already known that. As I did, in fact, at the beginning of the season, preseason-wise, had the Seahawks and Chiefs. Seattle, of course, lost to the Rams, who the Packers beat at home last Saturday. to get to the NFC title game, hosting it today. But a few weeks back, following the conclusion of the regular season, one of my pick in a Super Bowl I rematch, Packers and Chiefs, down in Tampa, a city both teams have played in this season, with, of course, Green Bay losing on the road to Tampa Bay, but Kansas City winning on the road against the Buccaneers. So Brady going to hand off, pick up a 4 yards there on the run for Leonard Fournette. So 2nd down and 6 here with 7:11 to play, even though Sheets is better in this opening quarter with Bucks and Packers. 2nd down and 6. Brady going to be out of the gun. Empty set, 5 wide from the 31. And Brady, quick pass near side. It's caught for 5. That's Cameron Brady. They're going to mark him a little short of the 1st down. So it'll be 3rd down and about a yard or so. 3rd and 2. But Brady and the Bucks, Rodgers and the Pack, something's got to give with this game here. 2 future Hall of Fame quarterbacks, of course. The Bucks beat Drew Brees and the Saints last Sunday on the road after defeating Washington the week prior to get to today's game. They've won twice as many playoff games in the past 2 weeks as they've done in the past 20 years. Ronald Jones on the give, 1st down pickup for him, keeping this drive alive. And look at the play selection, balanced for Tampa Bay. 6 rushes, 6 passes. You have to be balanced, run the ball, open up play action, play good defense, rely on your special teams in order to win. So, 1st and 10, Brady going to hand off once again, and that is Jones. So, by committee, as it seems like everyone goes by anymore, run for net the whole opening drive, now running Ronald Jones. Meantime, here comes Leonard Fournette on 2nd and 9 as Jones comes out for a play. So, I don't know by any means if he's still banged up or not. As mentioned, he was coming off of the injury late in the season. Did not play against Washington. However, did play last week. They faked the run, faked the end around, and then Brady on the pass near side complete to Scotty Miller. But 2nd and 9 going to bring up 3rd and 13 after a loss of a few yards as Green Bay makes as Tampa Bay did earlier as well, making a big defensive stand right there. Set up a big 3rd down and long for the Buccaneer offense. So, run the ball, what defense bends but doesn't break, but we could see a quarterback duel. It seems like the fans have some type of signs, trying to make as much noise as they possibly can to make up for, of course, everyone that's not there. But the pass on 3rd and 14 officially goes for 15, 16 yards on the reception, 12 to 14 for a 1st down. Brady to the Penn State alum and Chris Godwin, who is arguably one of the most underrated wide receivers in all of the NFL. Good number 2, right behind Mike Evans, but can step up and be a number 1 if needed. Of course, we saw Evans injured throughout the season, and instead of the 3, they're down to 2 with Antonio Brown out here today. Brady going to be incomplete, intended for Chris Godwin once again, far side, and Jair Alexander, the Louisville grad, on the coverage, incomplete, 2nd down and 10. As the Bucks lead on the road against the Green Bay Packers, 7-0, with 3:48 to play in this opening quarter. 2nd down and 10. Once again, if you hear any noise in the background, just some dogs barking, so don't get worried. 2nd down and 10. From the 49, Brady out of the gun, running back to his left as the Bucks go from right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial. Play clock winding down, 3-2-1, barely gets it off. Pump fake by Tom, and Tommy Boy incomplete down the middle. It'll bring up 3rd down and 10. Intended for Johnson, not Keyshawn. as Bucs fans, of course, know very well, the former USC standout. Good pump fake by Brady. And then he goes down the middle. As he looked left, pump faked, went down the middle for Johnson, who played his ball in the Twin Cities. Green Bay might have jumped off sides there. But 3rd down and 10 now from the 49. Brady going to go down on the sack as well. Back at the 42. And just as Green Bay punted on their opening drive, Tampa Bay going to punt here on this most recent drive for them after scoring 7 on their opening. So a sack apiece for both defenses now. As it looked like Brady did land a little awkwardly on his left leg, but he on the replay there, you can tell he just ended up falling down, taking the sack as Tampa Bay now is on to punt. Fair catch at the 10 by Tavon Austin, of course, coming out of West Virginia. Has bounced around the league with a few different teams, most notably with the Rams and Cowboys. But both defenses now stand their ground, holding down the fort. Tampa, of course, yeah, they drove 65 plus and scored 7 on their opening drive, but since then, Green Bay has punted. Tampa Bay just punted. Packers going to get the ball back when we return, so we'll see what happens with Rodgers and company. But hoping for 2 good games today, because the past few weeks, this playoff run, of course, the first ever Super Wild Card round with the 2 triple headers 2 weeks ago. How did we get here, honestly? You know, mid last year, May, June, July, even August, for that matter, you tell me we're going to have playoff football in the NFL, you know, mid to late January, hell, even a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay. You know, everybody at that point was, yeah, you're crazy. But, of course, season unlike any other, we had a lot of postponements. That's why that Bills Chiefs game was moved from a Thursday to a Monday night, because the Bills played 2 days prior on a Tuesday night on the road against the Titans, of course, and won. But, and lost. But hey, the Bills won in the playoffs and Titans didn't. Lost to the Ravens, and then the Bills beat the Ravens. So, Bills Mafia on the road against Chiefs Kingdom later on, but Super Wild Card weekend, 2 triple headers. We had the Bills beat the Colts, the Rams beat the Seahawks, along with the Buccaneers beating the new Washington football team, of course, formerly known as the Redskins. And then the next day, 2 weeks ago, we had speaking of that, Ravens-Titans game. Baltimore won on the road to Nashville and beat Tennessee. We also had the Saints beat the Bears, and then the Browns beat the Steelers. Last week, divisional round, as we'll come out of this commercial break momentarily. Last Saturday, Packers beat the Rams. Last Saturday night, Bills beat the Ravens. And then, of course, last Sunday, we very well could have saw the final game of Drew Brees' career with the Buccaneers defeating the Saints. But earlier in the doubleheader, we saw Kansas City defeat Cleveland. Mahomes got banged up. He's good to go, though. Will play later on tonight. So, NFC Championship game first today, as they, of course, flip-flop every other year. So next year, the AFC title game will be first, followed by the NFC, as it was last year. So NFC title game right now, Buccaneers, Packers. AFC title game later with the Bills and Chiefs. So we'll have about 6.5, 7 hours of football as we wind down this football season. As after today, we'll only have one more NFL game, and that's Super Bowl 55 in 2 weeks' time in Tampa. 2nd and 8 after a few yard gain on 1st down and 10. Jason Pierre-Paul with his fireworks hand making the stop in the backfield, taking down Aaron Rodgers on the sack. So Tampa now leading 2-1 in that category. It's not like Green Bay is not right now able to protect Aaron Rodgers. They're doing a pretty damn good job at that, but now 3rd and 15 from the 5. Devontae Adams in motion. Tampa's just getting off the ball quicker than the center's getting it to Rodgers, and then Rodgers, trying to make a play out of it. And as he does right there, rolls out near side. 1st down for Green Bay, and that's MVS. Or excuse me, that's the Lizard. Alex Lazard, 12-13. Hey, 2 12-13 connections with Brady to Evans, and now Rodgers to Alex Lazard, as he did end up having MVS, Marquez Valdez Scantling, right behind him, but went short. Picked up a 1st down. 1st and 10 Packers now from the 28-yard line. Green 19, Rodgers under center. Gonna quick bubble screen complete to Devontae Adams, far side. He scoots up the far sideline, 1st down. Green Bay, as we near a minute to play in this opening quarter, as the Packers are trying to tie this game up. 1st and 10. Trips for Green Bay near side, 1st and 10. Both defensive lines jumping early, but Tampa, for the most part, it seems like getting off the ball just a little bit quicker. Of course, able to sack Rodgers twice compared to Green Bay's once on Brady, but pass complete from Rodgers. And Big Bob, 85, Robert Tunyon for 5 yards, 2nd down, and medium for the Green Bay Packers. And so he'll stay in as Mercedes Lewis comes in as well. So going to load him up. And we'll see if Green Bay can get this run game going as well with Aaron Jones. However, in the meantime, that's the end of the 1st quarter. So at the end of 1, Tampa Bay on the road in the NFC Championship game with Super Bowl 55 berth on the line, lead the Green Bay Packers 7-0. And we'll be getting it on for the final 3 quarters, of course, in this ball game, but then a full 60 with Bills and Chiefs still to come later on tonight. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL playoffs, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. Get to that in a minute. Pull the chat up, so if you have chat questions and comments, drop them down below. I'll get to them eventually throughout the afternoon and early evening. Of course, today, yes, started live streaming a little bit later than expected, but then as mentioned as well, if you're hearing noise in the background, just some dogs barking, so don't get worried. But in the meantime, during this commercial break and upcoming commercial breaks, we'll get everything settled as we try to, for the most part at least, have finalized before we even, get going and start. And of course, that'll include what I have to do on my end. Yeah, Tampa Bay and Green Bay, Buffalo and Kansas City, and only 2 teams are going to advance. 2 weeks from now, we'll have Super Bowl 55, and only 1 team, then will be left standing and be crowned Super Bowl champions. And will it be Kansas City is the big question. Are they going to be able to repeat and become the first repeat Super Bowl champ since the Super Bowl 38 and 39 New England Patriots, of course, that had Tom Brady as its starting quarterback, as the Chiefs are hosting the AFC game for the 3rd consecutive year. Honestly, should be going for the 3rd straight Super Bowl if they win tonight at home against Buffalo. But, that's why they play the games. Not, as always, decide on paper, decide on the field, as I always like to say. Win's a win when it's all said and done, regardless of, how the game was played and what, exactly happened. of course, that's why they play the games, not side on paper, side on the field. And, with, as mentioned, both teams having a monster in the backfield, a three-headed monster, that is. Um, Tampa Bay, Ronald Jones, Leonard Fournette, and LaShawn McCoy. McCoy really hasn't done a lot all season long, honestly, but he's still there on the depth chart. When he's in, he's making plays for the most part, but here late they've gone to Fournette running the football. As compare the backfields, you have AJ Dillon, the rookie out of Boston College, sort of a similar build as Leonard Fournette. They're the big old school running backs that are just going to bulldoze their way through the offense and defensive line, moving the ball downfield. And then you have your scat backs who can do it all. They're all around running backs, can run it, catch it out of the backfield. Aaron Jones, Ronald Jones, brothers from another mother, of course, but and then you have Jamal Williams and LaShawn McCoy. So, and Williams, honestly, he can be that bulldozing running back if needed as well. But here already, 3rd down and 3 from midfield for the Green Bay offense, as Rodgers is going to be out of the gun. 4 receivers out wide. And he's going to go deep down the far sideline. Has a man. And speaking of the devil, with Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Rodgers just wanted to wait to throw it to him a few minutes here. And he goes deep. He breaks a tackle. Packers an extra point away from tying this game up at 7. Touchdown Green Bay. 50-yard touchdown pass down the far sideline from Aaron Rodgers to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Missed tackle there from Tampa Bay as well. But both quarterbacks showing out here already this afternoon, with, of course, Rodgers a touchdown, tying up Brady's one to Mike Evans. So 7-7 with Tampa Bay and Green Bay in the NFC Championship game, with a Super Bowl berth on the line, as we are now underway in the second quarter. So just like that, Green Bay not wasting any time. 3rd down and 3, 50-yard strike, touchdown Packers. So Bucks and Pack, something's got to give. Like I said, something's got to give. Hoping, as mentioned, for 2 very, very good games here this afternoon, and then a damn good Super Bowl as well, hopefully in 2 weeks. But like I said, how did we get here? For the most part, we had a few close games this playoff run getting to today, but did have a few just not even blowouts. I mean, Cleveland did blow out Pittsburgh. Steelers came back a little bit late, a little too late at that matter, but the margin of victories when it was all said and done, 10, 14 plus points. So, and when you look back at it, whether the game was good or not, or even close for that matter, because New Orleans blew out Chicago. You just see the final score, and it's like, well, seriously, did those games, were they really that bad? Yes, but no. As mentioned, we did have a few good games, but it looks like this one, it's going to be back and forth now, back and forth. And then, as mentioned, what defense is going to bend doesn't break. And really all that means is, what defense is going to hold, when it's coming down the wire, holding their opponent, of course, out of the end zone, because name of the game is to win. You got to score more points than your opponent. It's not golf. It's not the lowest score wins most points. So we'll see what happens. It, as mentioned, should be a good one. Hopefully, they both will be. Especially coming off of this rematch from Week 6, in which Tampa blew out Green Bay, 38-10. The other Kansas City win over Buffalo was close because they played in the rain, as weather was a factor. And Kansas City, once they got an early second half lead, they just continued to run the football, and ran the clock and ran away with the win, of course. But Green Bay tying it up at 7, so 7 apiece now with Tampa Bay and Green Bay, with Brady and Rodgers. Packers on the kickoff from 35. Of course, new quarter, switching ends. Tampa Bay now left to right across your television screen, radio and auto dial. And a return for the Bucs out to around, once again, the 27, 28-yard line. So at least Tampa Bay, for their first 3 drives, about a 30-yard average starting wise as they take a shot there to Bruce Arians and Matt LaFleur. But yeah, 27, 27, 34, yeah, about a 30-yard average for the start for these 3 drives. Handoff, and Jones is met right at the line of scrimmage. Second down and 10. 7 apiece.
Bruce Arians telling us this coaching that Tom Brady's been doing started when they were doing the off-season high school workouts. And Cameron Brate saying to me the night before he had to work out with Tom Brady at that high school, he didn't sleep, he didn't eat. He was so worried he'd oversleep. He said, I'm getting ready to go catch
Brady out of the gun, 2nd and 9 officially. They did give Jones a yard on that. Brady wants to snap low. Empty set 5 wide. He gets it high. Slant over the middle. It's going to be dropped, incomplete, intended for Chris Godwin. Once again, so another drop by him. 3rd down and 9. Yeah, Godwin should have had that. Hit him right in the chest and he dropped it. Way too many drops. I don't know if, since it's cold, I mean, weather's really not a factor other than the coldness here today. As mentioned, it did snow overnight in Green Bay, but field was covered. Field looks as good as it's going to get this time of year. And the sun's out. So, regardless of how hard the football is, you still should catch it because you're a wide receiver in the National Football League. Brady going to go deep down the middle. And, Chris Godwin makes up for the few drops he has already. Big first down reception on 3rd and 9. As that goes for 50 plus. And the Bucs once again, hey, name of the game right now, just keep the drive alive. Make sure we have the football possession-wise, time possession-wise, more than they do. Especially on the road in the playoffs. Run the football, play action. You got Tom Brady as your quarterback, for God's sake. So, 1st and 10 from the 20. Brady going to hand off, and there's Leonard Fournette. He's going to break a few tackles. Good block. Spin move at the 10, and he's going to dance his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. 20-yard run for a touchdown after that 52-yard strike from Brady to Godwin. So now high-paced. Tampa not wasting any time, moving the ball downfield like it's nothing. And it's going to be back and forth, back and forth. 13-7 right now, pending, of course, the extra point still to come. But, won it all. Okay, a little bit of a delay. All right, here we go. Extra point. But when it comes down to it, it's going to be, defense bends but doesn't break. And hopefully you can keep your opponent out of the end zone. Extra point, going to be up and good. Those aren't a given anymore, so that's why you got to watch it. We've seen I don't know how many missed kicks this year in the NFL. Along with way too many goddamn injuries, of course. But Tampa, in the meantime, Chris Godwin making up for a few of those drop passes. 52 on that reception. A play later from the 20-yard line, 20-yard touchdown run from the former LSU Tiger and Jacksonville Jaguar in Leonard Fournette. Touchdown Tampa Bay, and they lead 14-7. And as we hit a commercial break, and we'll get back to the action momentarily. So, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play-by-play of this NFC Championship game on this NFL Playoff Conference Championship Sunday with the Buccaneers and Packers. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. We'll still have Bills and Chiefs later on in the AFC Championship game with 2 Super Bowl berths, of course, on the line. The 2 winners today will meet in 2 weeks in Super Bowl 55 down in Tampa Bay at Raymond James Stadium on CBS, February the 7th, 2021. So, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. As always, links in the description below.
There will come a time when people talk about how Hyundai makes the best car on the road. Now seems about right. The technologically advanced Hyundai Elantra is the 2021 North American Car of the Year. Celebrate the win with $500 lease cash back on the new Elantra. T-Mobile knows the new year brings big news. That's why we're bringing out our best deal on the new iPhone 12 with 5G. Right now, iPhone 12 on us on every single plan. Switch now and save 20% of your bill versus the other plans. And that's not an introductory. That's the best value in wireless. That's right. iPhone 12 on us on America's 5G leader in coverage. And save 20% per month. Share big moments and big savings. T-Mobile. Have you or a loved one been robbed by Buccaneers breakfast? He's made to order breakfast sandwiches versus $4. Give the breakfast you deserve now.
All right, back from commercial break now. That was a very quick drive. Seemed like Green Bay just had the football, and technically they did, but they just gave up another 7. They trail once again by 7, 14-7, and in the meantime, they're going to get the football back. Buccaneers with a 14-7 lead, a little hesitation on the kickoff return as the ball did bounce a little awkwardly. And then Jamal Williams on the return from the goal line, going to return it out to around the 12-yard line, it looks like. So that's where number 12, Aaron Rodgers, will start at. Yeah, so it bounced right at the goal line, right before the goal line, actually. He had to pick it up and take it out, unless that would have been a live ball, because it hit right before the goal line and then came towards the middle of the field, and now Matt LaFleur, he's going to challenge that, because that's going to be close on whether or not it's going to be touchback or not. That's going to be a tough one. This is very odd. You never really see this. Oh, yeah, that ball did hit the goal line right there. So if it hits the goal line, it's going to be a touchback. So it'll be 1st and 10, Packers from the 25-yard line. So about a 12, 13-yard differential starting field position-wise for the Packers when we return. But Matt LaFleur should win this challenge. Don't really want to use a challenge on something like that, and then if you don't win it, of course, you're going to lose a timeout along with one of your 2 challenges for the whole entire game. I mean, that's on the officials. They should, be able to tell or they should have at least been able to tell if, that ball hit the goal line, and whether or not it went in the end zone or not, it hit the goal line. That's a touchback. That's what the rule states. Because it took a weird bounce. It hit right at the goal line and bounced, towards the 1, towards the middle of the field, rather than to the end zone in the back of the end zone. And so then Jamal Williams just picked it up and started running, and he was brought down for the, I think they marked him down officially for 12, 13 yards on there. So right now, currently 1st and 10 Packers from there, but um, should win this challenge. Now, whether they do or not, especially if they do, though, Green Bay, if you're a Packer fan at least, you're going to hope, along with Packers as a whole, um, coaches, players, everyone in the organization, you better drive and, score some points on this drive, because you don't want to use a challenge like that, um, especially this early in the first half, early second quarter, in the NFC title game of all games. As mentioned, that's on the officials. They should be, doing a better job than the call they just made. But like I said, way too many missed kicks this year in the National Football League, way too many injuries as well, but then way too many bad officiating calls. If it's a penalty, call it. If not, don't. Let him play. Plain and simple. There's nothing else to it. Way too many bad calls from the officials, in my opinion, this year. But hey, what's new? It's been like this for how long? And we're still sitting here bitching and complaining about it. So we'll see what happens. But it should be 1st and 10 Packers from the 25-yard line here, I think. You see that ball? That's a clearest look you're going to see. That ball hit the goal line. All right, so he wins the challenge. And the Packers will now start 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. So it was a touchback, rather than all the confusion that we just witnessed over the past few minutes or so. So from the 25, 1st and 10 for the Pack. And Alex Lazard in motion. Pump fake by Rodgers, maybe a little bit of a hold. Good pressure by Tampa Bay as Rodgers goes down while throwing, but gets rid of it. It's going to be incomplete. And 10 for Aaron Jones, 2nd down and 10. Yeah, I feel right now Tampa is playing a little bit better on defense than Green Bay is. There's Todd Bowles, former Jets head coach. They're saying he very well could get another head coaching opportunity. I don't know why. Texans, of course, right now are the lone team without a head coach during this coaching carousel. We'll get more, of course, into all that in 2 weeks' time to wrap up the year. But pass complete over the middle in the meantime. 1st down, Packers, and MVS, once again, 83. Marquez Valdez Scantling for about 14 yards. 1st down, Packers. From the 37, Rodgers in the gun. 4 receivers out wide with a back to his right, now back to his left. Play clock winding down, he gets it off. Complete to Adams. And then Adams was almost brought down by his horse collar. But 3 yards on the reception, 2nd down and 7 for the Green Bay offense. Coming up at halftime, as always, first half stats and scores in the first half, along with taking a look at the Bills and Chiefs game still to come later on tonight. Normally, of course, we'd recap everything else that's happened this week in the National Football League, but only 2 games today, 1 in 2 weeks. Pro Bowl's been canceled for next week with COVID-19 still going on, of course, and only 1 more football game after today, as mentioned in the Super Bowl. In the NFL, at least, we'll have the Reese's Senior Bowl in college football next weekend as well. But then that'll do it for games played in the sport of football for the 2020-2021 year. Now, there is going to be a new startup league next month, as we've seen the AAF and XFL do the past 2 years. Fan-controlled football begins next month, along with everyone in the FCS ranks in college football that didn't play this basketball will play in the spring. 1st and 10 from the 47. Rodgers out of the gun, empty set. Complete to Devontae Adams on 1st and 10. That goes for about 5. 2nd down with 10-10 to play here in this first half. Green Bay going to sub in about 3 or 4 for this next play. I believe I saw Daphne come in, if I'm not mistaken. Split with passing yards, most part, time of possession too, but Tampa's about a minute or two ahead. Rushing yards, Tampa leading. Green Bay hasn't been able to run the football yet. Toss play to Aaron Jones in the meantime. Speak of the devil, and he gets about 10, 12 yards on that run. First down, Green Bay Packers. Yeah, good block. 49 Daphne, who did come in for that play. Maybe a little bit of a hold by the Lizard as well. I mean, that's the thing with penalties. If it's a clear penalty, call it. If not, let him play. You know, holding's iffy. I mean, that's been down about 98% this year. So now from the 30, 1st and 10, Rodgers under center. And fake the give. Complete to Lewis on the tight end screen. He gets 9.5, maybe 10, depending on the spot. They'll mark him just shy. It'll be 2nd and inches from the 20.5-yard line. As the Packers are once again trying to tie this game up. 2nd and 1 officially. There are fans in the stands, as mentioned. Limited capacity. Don't know the official number, but they're socially distanced, if anybody's wondering or even cares for that matter. Just hopefully next year we'll all be back to normal by then. For sporting wise, as of course, we're already in the new year in 2021. But hell, even by 2022, hopefully, you know, we'll all be back to normal. Hopefully everyone's doing well and staying safe in the meantime. But yeah, these fans, as Rodgers hits Jones on a screen near side, ball comes out. That's a fumble. Luckily, Green Bay was right there to recover. So it'll be 1st and 10 Packers. But these fans have some type of signs. I don't know if they're small signs, or I mean, they look like they're, or could be used for a goddamn billboard for that matter, and they're whacking them and trying to make as much noise as mentioned as they possibly can to make up for the differential that they're losing with, of course, not having a sold-out stadium today. But a yard on that, 2nd down and 9. So home field really not really an issue for Tampa Bay on the road right now, but who knows come second half if it could turn into one for them. But in the meantime, the Packers are going to have to, you know, keep this game close to keep these fans in it, of course, because if not, if Tampa Bay, you know, starts, you know, to pull away, which right now I don't see happening, but maybe, then, you know, all the air is just going to be let out of Lambeau Field. And these fans aren't going to be in it. Because remember last year's NFL game, Green Bay on the road against 49ers, they trailed 27-0 at the half. So, and from there it was game, set, match. And the 49ers were going Super Bowl. 3rd and 2, Rodgers going to hand off. And Jones for about 4. Yeah, I'd say about 4 yards or so on that run. 1st and goal. Inside the 5 with 5:45 to play here in this first half. Could have a tied up 14 apiece ball game at halftime. If, of course, Green Bay scores here and everything else stays pat. But 2-minute warning still to come with both teams still having all 3 timeouts as well in this first half. 1st and goal from the 6. And Rodgers is going to call timeout. So, hey, speak of the devil. I swear to God, I'm bugged. But with 5:13 to play, Green Bay calls the first timeout. We'll go to Baker Mayfield's home in Cleveland as last Sunday's games, the early with Cleveland and Kansas City, of course, was brought to you by Progressive and State Farm. Brady and Breeze was brought to you by the History Channel and AARP. Today, sort of the same with Brady and Rogers. Brady, of course, the oldest quarterback, oldest player in the National Football League, 43. Rogers getting there. So you got the old guys in the NFC, you got the youngsters in the AFC with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, but now first and goal from the 6 after the timeout, quick timeout. Rogers complete near side, no, dropped incomplete, 10 for Adams, very quick pass. It'll be second goal. He has a nice back shoulder, a bullet from Rogers, and Adams going to come down with it. Incomplete. Second goal now from the 6-yard line. Jamal Williams in the backfield. Rogers going to be pass batted down, incomplete. Intended for guess who? Once again, number 17, Devontae Adams. Now would be a good time to go to Tunyon or one of the 4 tight ends that Green Bay has. Even Alex Lazard, they haven't gone to him since that big third down and 15 from the 5 earlier. And then on that same drive, they went for Rogers' 50-yard strike to Marquez Valdez-Scantling for a touchdown. So from the 6, third and goal, empty set, out of the gun, play clock winding down, he gets it off. Looking to throw, back of the end zone, caught. It's going to be incomplete, though. Adams was out of bounds. I don't think he had both feet in. He might have had one, but not both. And it's going to be incomplete. Take a look at the replay here if it is, in fact, going to be a touchdown or not. It's a catch, but in the end, no, he didn't even have any feet inbounds for that matter. About a yard or so deep back of the end zone. Oh, he had, guess who, the Lizard wide open over the middle on a slant, and he doesn't go his way, I should say. And Green Bay's going to settle for field goal. So here comes Mason Crosby for a chip shot, 24 yards out, kick up and good, 14-10. So at least Green Bay got some points on this drive that, of course, started off with some confusion with was it a touchback or not on the kickoff. They use a challenge. They win it, first and 10 from 25 after a touchback then. They drive, but get goal to go and have to settle for a field goal because they can't punch it in. So right now, Tampa has a running game. Green Bay does not. We'll see if that's going to play a factor, of course, later on throughout the ball game or not. I believe it will. So Green Bay, even though only down 4 right now, playing at home, there's fans there, whether home field's going to be an advantage or not, have to find a running game. Because Tampa's been able to be balanced at running and open up play action. And, of course, Brady passing, but the Bucs offense hasn't been on the field in quite some time now because, okay, they get out to an early 7-0 lead. Green Bay ties it up at 7. That last touchdown drive for the Bucs, very quick, under 2 minutes. And then Green Bay just took up how much time and drove 75 yards, about, almost at least, and kicked a field goal for 3. So we'll have to see how Brady, in the cold, which he's used to playing in, it's nothing new for him, what the Bucs offense is going to be capable of once we return here from this commercial break with some time remaining, plus 2-minute warning and 3 timeouts for Tampa Bay to be able to drive and, potentially score some more points once again before halftime to take a 17 or 21-10 lead at the half potentially. on the road in the NFC title game with Super Bowl berth on the line. Bucks win once again. They'll become the first ever team in NFL history to play in their home stadium for a Super Bowl. So something's got to give. Like I said, we'll see what happens here. But then, as Brady and the Bucks got the ball to begin today's ball game, of course, Green Bay deferred. They'll get the ball to begin the second half. So Packers are down, or even if they're up, at the half, it'd be better for them, honestly, to be up at the half, if possible, if they can, make a stop and get the ball back and score again before halftime. Because then you get the ball to begin the second half, you take over, you take control of the second half, you're at home, you have a lead, defense bends but doesn't break down at that point, holding Brady and the Buck offense out of the end zone. And at that point, as Tampa didn't look back, at home against Green Bay earlier this season, maybe Green Bay can do the same thing at home today against Tampa Bay and get to the Super Bowl, because whoever wins this will be playing in 2 weeks during Super Bowl 55 against the winner of tonight's game with Buffalo and Kansas City in the AFC title game. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman up in the booth. This will be their final NFL game of the season. As, of course, as mentioned earlier, Super Bowl 55 on CBS. Supposed to be on NBC, but they flip-flopped due to the Olympics being postponed, and very well could get postponed again. But first and 10 from the 25 now. 4:59 officially to play in this first half. Bucks still all 3 timeouts. Screen complete to Fournette. At least he caught one out of the backfield finally. He's going to get 7, maybe 8 yards. Stays in bounds so the clock can continue to roll. But it'll be second down and 3 officially. 2nd and 3 for the Tampa Bay offense. Now we got a little bit of delay. Did somebody call timeout? Somebody must have called timeout because there's players out there on the field drinking water. Oh, there's an injury timeout. All right. Injury timeout. Donovan Smith with a block on Barnes, who's wearing a club on his left hand. 2nd and 3. Brady going to hand off, and Ronald Jones for a yard or so. It'll be 3rd down. So see if Green Bay, with time, if they call a timeout or not. It probably won't. 3rd and 2. If they can make a stop here, maybe get a 4th down. There's still 4 minutes to play. Plus, you have 2-minute warning. That's plenty of time for both these quarterbacks to drive and score. But we'll see if Green Bay does, in fact, get the football back or not. From the 33, 3rd and 2. Because, like I said, if they do and they score again, we'll get the ball to begin the second half, they can take over and control the rest of this game, honestly, if they're able to hold Tampa. But 3rd and 2, Brady on play action finds Chris Godwin, 1st down, Buccaneers. Perfect play call on 3rd and short. With the 2 quarterbacks, you can tell, okay, Tampa's got a better running game right now overall, but Brady's just like tossing it to his receivers. He's lobbing it up, keeping it simple. I don't know if Rodgers is flustered by any means. If he's trying to do too much, but that's just for not even just the most part, but just how it feels, how it looks. It's not like both these quarterbacks haven't been to conference title games before. That'd be a different story if, of course, that wasn't the case. But Brady in his 14th overall conference title game. Rodgers First at home as the Packers started quarterback. I've gone on the road a few times, but Green Bay's trying to get back to Super Bowl for the first time in 10 years. Brady trying to get back to Super Bowl for the first time in 2 years. However, first with a different team other than the New England Patriots. Brady pass complete near side. I don't think he got out of bounds by any means, so the clock should be rolling. And it is 3rd and 9 with 2:32 officially to play in this first half. So Green Bay makes a hold here. They still got 2 timeouts plus 2-minute warning. Still down 4 at that point. Big 3rd down and 9 right now. Play clock winding down. Tampa gets it off. Brady looking to throw. And it's going to be incomplete near side, intended for Cameron Brady. So clock's going to stop with the incompletion. 2:17 to play. 4th down and 9. Brady talking it over with the officials. Getting heated. Of course, he's not liking that by any means. And maybe a little bit of late hit, but it was a no call, and probably a good no call. Hey, Green Bay's starting to play a little bit better on defense now, so they're going to have time, plus 2 timeouts and 2-minute warning for Rodgers to drive and, either cut this lead or take the lead into the half. And then, as mentioned, with the Packers getting the ball to begin the second half, they very well could take over and take control of this game and not look back and be on their way to the Super Bowl, in a few short hours. After Tampa, of course, took an early 7-0 lead. So the roles are reversed this time, potentially, if in fact that does happen, as mentioned, because Green Bay on the road against Tampa Bay, Week 6, mid-October, early 10-0 lead, and then Tampa 38 unanswered and 1. 7-0, 7 apiece, 14-7 now, 14-10 with 2:10 to play. 1st and 10, they'll get 1 play off before the 2-minute mark, then have 2 timeouts to either, as mentioned, cut this lead or take it into the half. From the 13, 1st and 10 Packers, the official yard line where they would have started their last drive after that confusion with was it a touchback or not. It was a touchback. Didn't call it a touchback, and of course Jamal Williams picked up and ran, and that's where he's brought down, and then they won the challenge after the review, and then it was 1st and 10 from 25, and then they got 3. See if they can get 3 or even more, as they got 7 on the opening drive on this drive now, so hit the 2-minute mark. With 2 minutes to play in the first half in this NFC Championship game this afternoon, Tampa Bay on the road. The Buccaneers lead the Green Bay Packers by a score of 14-10. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Link subscription below, thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL playoffs. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well.
Game changer.
Unlimited plans include 5G. And now iPhone 12 Pro with 5G is on us when you switch. Only on Verizon.
Be honest, which one's better? The Rodgers rate or the Patrick price?
Guys, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Jake, it's the Rodgers rate.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Second and 10 from the 13 at the 2-minute mark here in the first half. Green Bay with football down 14-10. Rodgers out of the gun. And he's just going to dump it off on the screen. And that is complete to Jamal Williams for about 5, maybe 6 yards. Third down for Green Bay. So now Tampa Bay, with the Green Bay having this third down and 6 officially after pick up 4. Minute 40 to play. They still have 3 timeouts. They make a stop here, force a Green Bay punt. Brady and the Bucs are going to get the ball back, and then we'll see what Tampa can do potentially on offense before the half. Maybe extend their lead heading on into halftime, and then Green Bay in the second half playing catch-up. 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6 from the 17. Maybe a little bit of a false start. They let it slide. We have yet to see a penalty flag in this game today. And in the meantime, Rodgers over the middle, caught by 13, the lizard himself, Alex Lazard. Be 1st and 10, Packers around the 40-yard line. Take what the defense gives you. And Lizard, Alex Lazard, simple comeback route, and Rodgers finds him wide open at the 40-yard line, 1st and 10, Packers. 40 seconds now and counting, 1st and 10. Still 2 timeouts. Rodgers going to go down and sack. That's the 3rd sack for Tampa here this afternoon compared to Green Bay's 1 on Brady. Green Bay's going to call timeout, 32 seconds to play. It'll be 2nd and a mile. See if they say screw it and just run the football or run the screen maybe. I mean, you think Rodgers is about to take a deep shot maybe. I mean, really now you just want to get in field goal range. Get in field goal range for Mason Crosby to cut the lead to 1. Make sure it's nothing 52 plus though. Get it to 30, 35, 40, 45, 48 yards for him. Somewhere in there. At least so he has a shot. But he has the leg. If he has to go out and kick a 50-plus yard field goal, so be it. They'll let him. 2nd and 18 following the sack. Rodgers down the middle. And it's going to be intercepted by the Bucs. So now our first turnover. And I don't know if that was an interception or not. It looked like it was a completed catch. Rodgers not happy about that. And it was intended for Alex Lazard. That's a defensive hold. No call on the penalty. And that's a missed call right there. That's a penalty. Call it. And then he jumps her out, picks off Rodgers, and now the Bucs have 3 timeouts, ball around midfield, with a little bit of time remaining though, about 30 seconds, 28 seconds officially. So from the 49, 1st and 10, Brady just going to dump it off. It's caught by Fournette on the screen. He gets out of bounds. So with 22 seconds to play, it'll be 2nd down and about 4. They have 2 timeouts. 2nd and 3 officially. So Rodgers with another mistake. Thrown an interception. Thank you. Takeaway by the Tampa defense. 2nd down and 3 from the 45. So 22 seconds and 2 timeouts. Pass near side, incomplete, intended for Mike Evans. 3rd down and 3. So now for Tampa Bay, really just get field goal range for yourself as well. However, Tampa's had kicking issues over the past few seasons. Regardless of who the kicker is, they've had kicking issues. And now you're on the road. You're up 4, so, I mean, you content with a 4-point lead at the half? Probably, but probably not, especially with everything on the line today. You want to get some points here if you can. Brady going to go deep down the near side, has a man and overthrows him incomplete. 10 for Cameron Brate. So 4th down, 13 seconds. Yeah, Tampa should punt here. I don't know why they went deep down the near sideline. Should have went for something over the middle, got the hell down, called 1 or 2 timeouts. You got another play. You know, run another play, get out of bounds, maybe run the same play down the middle. Just get a field goal range for your kicker, call your 3rd and final timeout, and kick a field goal to close the half. But now, following completion, they're going to punt. Well, in the meantime, actually, Brady, Tampa's going to call 1 or 2 timeouts. Brady just went off. Tampa's on to punt. But the Bucs offense is coming back out on the field. They're going to go for it in 4-3. Probably just try to draw them off sides. Keep this drive alive. Because they still have 1 timeout. So don't be shocked if all this is going to try to get them to jump off sides. But maybe they run the play, though. Maybe they get the 1st down. They still have some time, but not a lot. And then the 1 timeout, and maybe have a Hail Mary, or if you do get in field goal range, you bring on the field goal unit for 3. 4th and 3 from the 45. And an empty set. Actually, Fournette going to come back into the backfield. Green Bay is going to call timeout now. So the Packers call timeout. They have 1 left. Just, of course, wanted to make sure they were set. Don't have Tampa Bay do anything that, of course, their defense wasn't expecting. You know, potentially beat them deep on a deep shot, which I'm not going to be shocked if, because Brady was looking to throw there. Because they sort of got the play off, but the timeout came in prior. And really, just as mentioned, all Tampa needs is just to get in field goal range right now. That's all they need. That's all they need to do. Okay, so from the 45, 4th and 3. Trips in a bunch, top of your screen. That's a false start. They're letting them play today. And it's going to be caught by Fournette. Timeout with 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 1st and 10 Buccaneers. Fournette, another catch by him. So 6 seconds. They got a 1st and 10 after a pick of about 6 on 4th and short. Oh, if he would have waited, he would have had Gronk about another 5-10 yards on the same out route, near side downfield. See where they're at yardage wise. You got 1 play to get the hell out of bounds. So run something out and up. But if it's not there, just throw it the hell away. Incomplete. Ball 39-yard line. So from here it'd be 39, 49, you know, about a 55, 56, 57, 58-yard field goal. Not in these conditions. Brady going to go deep. Down the far sideline. Has a man that's caught. Touchdown Bucs. Scotty Miller with 1 second to play in this first half. So they take the deep shot. And it works. And the Bucs extend their lead to 10. Jesus Christ. Screw it. Go deep. And the Bucs extend their lead. So Green Bay now going to be playing catch-up in the second half. And if Rodgers is going to continue to turn the ball over like he did on their last drive, setting up this Tampa Bay touchdown drive, extend their lead to 10, potentially 11 here before halftime, as they'll just squib the kick and we'll go to half, 21-10, Tampa Bay leading on the road. It might be a long second half for the Green Bay Packers at home, and might lose in the NFC title game once again, as they lost last year. They lost to the Seahawks in 14. Lost to the Falcons as well. Last time they won an NFC Championship game was on the road 10 years ago against Chicago Bears, and that was on the road. Now, hell, even the last time they hosted the NFC title game, they lost at home against the Giants, in which That was Super Bowl 42. The Giants went on and beat the undefeated Tom Brady New England Patriots in the Super Bowl. So the Bucs now lead 21-10 on the road against the Green Bay Packers in this NFC Championship game. So Green Bay, history on their side. They're not playing well here. When the hell are they going to get the monkey off their back, so to speak? I think that's when all Packer fans are wondering right now, because their defense is just allowing Tampa Bay to drive and make it look easy and score 3 touchdowns now. And that'll do it. At the half, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the road in this NFC Championship game lead the Green Bay Packers by a halftime score of 21-10. We'll have first half stats and scores momentarily, but not really that much of a shock, to be honest with you. It's just this touchdown pass there from Brady to Scotty Miller to close out the first half. That could be the momentum builder for Tampa Bay moving forward in this ball game. That's why I said Green Bay's defense just making it look easy for Tampa Bay on offense right now. Just allowing Brady to do what he wants. And they can't do that if they want to come back and win this game. They have no running game at all. Tampa does. Rodgers has an interception. Brady now with a few touchdown passes. And whether you like to settle for field goals or not, you can't settle for field goals. Green Bay had a goal to go, and they couldn't punch it in. They settled for 3. And then their last drive, they threw an interception, and the Bucs capitalized right before halftime. Honestly, that could be the changing of the guard in this game. As really, honestly, though, Green Bay's never really controlled this game whatsoever yet. The closest they got it was when they tied it up at 7. But then, under 2 minutes later, Tampa drives and scores and extends their lead again to 7, 14-7. 14-10 because it's over 3. And then that happens. You can't allow that to happen. On 4th down and 3, they're going to punt. Call timeout, they go for it, you get the first down. And then with 13 seconds, 2 plays later, a 40-yard strike from Brady to Scotty Miller down the far sideline for a touchdown. So both quarterbacks have 2 40-plus yard passing touchdowns today. However, of course, Brady has another touchdown on top of that. Rodgers with an interception. And now, as mentioned, Green Bay is going to be playing catch-up in this second half at home. It'd be a little worse if they're on the road again. So home field, could help them out at least. But they have to find a running game, and they got to play better defense. They can't allow Brady and the Bucs just to do what they want and do what they've done in this first 30 here today. So, I'll say it again, something's got to give. It'll be interesting to see how this second half pans out. It's all really going to depend on, in my eyes at least, how Green Bay plays on their first drive in the second half. Because if they set the tone in the second half, at home, down 11 now, playing catch-up, trying to still control the game. I mean, that interception is going to come back and bite them. And Rodgers knows it. Because Green Bay they had a good drive going. Rodgers throws the pick, and then Tampa Bay capitalizes off the turnover and scores. So, 21-10. 21-10 is your halftime score. Tampa Bay leading on the road in the NFC title game against the Green Bay Packers. So, yeah, just Tampa's just owning Green Bay right now, as they did Week 6. The Bucs are the Packers' kryptonite right now, as Rodgers can't seem to beat Tom Brady. Whether or not he's still with the Patriots or now with the Buccaneers, you can't turn the ball over, especially in the playoffs, home or away, and expect to win. Plain and simple. And then defensively, they can't allow what they just gave up. Because, like I said, it was 4th down and 3. They give them up the first down. 2 plays later, a touchdown from Brady to Scotty Miller, who's, along with Tyler Johnson, who they really haven't targeted since early on, the number 3 behind Evans and Godwin, because Antonio Brown's out today with an injury. They haven't gone to Gronk whatsoever. Cameron Brate has a few targets. But talk about the tight ends, really non-existent. But when it all comes down to it right now, Tampa's running the football better, playing better defense than Green Bay as well. And it shows. They lead by 11 right now, 21-10. 21-10 Tampa Bay on the road against the Green Bay Packers. So, I mean, other than that, there's really not much else that needs to or can be said. It's just, it's plain as day. Green Bay cannot run the football. Tampa can. Tampa's defense is playing well, while Green Bay's isn't. And Brady's just picking them apart. But the big thing is, Tampa right now on offense, along with defense and special teams, their balance is all hell. They're able to run the football, throw the football, and hell, even kick the football with their 3 extra points as well. So offense, defense, special teams, all 3 phases, an impact for Tampa Bay, as for any team at any level always should be. And that's why the Bucs right now have an 11-point halftime lead on the road against the Packers at 21-10. And that's where we sit at. So I'll leave it at that. But Green Bay's got to find a running game, and then they got to make more stops on defense if they want to get back in this game. They can't have Rodgers turn it over. He knows better. He's going to be this year's MVP, no doubt. Now, if they lose today and Mahomes just showcases all his talents and throws for 50 touchdowns like he did when he won MVP a few years back, then, okay, that storyline could change and Mahomes could be winning MVP in 2 weeks right before the Super Bowl. But as mentioned in my play predictions with Chiefs-Packers, if Rodgers won MVP, 9 times out of 10 with history on that side as well, the winning quarterback, MVP, loses in the Super Bowl. So, hell, Rodgers and the Pack aren't anywhere near the Super Bowl right now. They're thinking the Super Bowl is, being played in Seattle rather than Tampa Bay. They got to get their head on their ass. They got to put this home playoff game in groove and hope to get back in this game and come out on top, because if not, they're going home, and then it's going to be a very, very long off season for the Green Bay Packers until the start, of course, of next year with training camp, the preseason, and then the regular season. But and then the talk will be, is Aaron Rodgers, good enough to be the starting quarterback of the Green Bay Packers anymore? I mean, hell, he's going to win MVP, no doubt. Okay? He's going to win MVP this year, whether they win or lose today. But they got Jordan Love sitting behind him right now, okay, who they drafted out of Utah State. He hasn't played at all this year because look at how Rodgers has played. So, Rodgers is going to be a Packer for life, I think. But that's just what the talk's going to be from now until the start of next season. I can already hear it, all right? Just as I hear the damn dogs barking, and hopefully they'll shut up eventually. But, and as mentioned, if you're hearing a noise, just some dogs barking, so don't get worried. But, Green Bay today, they got to turn up the notch. They got to do what they did on their first two drives, first two scoring drives, I should say, that they scored points on with the 10, total of 10 points with a touchdown and a field goal. That the field goal should have been a touchdown, and then the last drive was an interception. That could have been another 3 or 7. They just got to go back, not technically start over, start from scratch by any means, but they can't turn the ball over. Have fun running game. I mean, I'm surprised really Rodgers isn't going to the screen game a little bit more with Aaron Jones and Jamal Williams right now. We have yet to see A.J. Dillon. So, honestly, I know he got banged up last week, but still, like, both these teams have 300 monsters in the backfield. Run the damn ball, why don't you? You know? Tampa they've sort of gotten away from it. They've opened up the screen game more with Fournette as he's finally been able to catch football now as well. But Tampa's controlling this game right now. They lead by 11. It's going to be a little hard for Green Bay, I think, to get back in this game and win. But in order to do so, as mentioned, they have fun running game. Rodgers got to play better, too. Both quarterbacks, it's a quarterback duel that Brady's winning right now. They've gone deep a few times for 6, but no really, tight end play, as mentioned. Those players seem to be non-existent, but Tampa's overall just more balanced than the Packers are right now. So Rodgers has to play better, to run the ball, can't turn it over. And then it's going to be their defense. Green Bay's defense has to just turn it the whole way up to 100 and get after Brady. Bucs have 3 sacks on Rodgers compared to the 1 sack the Packers defense has on Brady. So that's playing key right now too. But in the meantime, Green Bay overall as a team, they just have to play better. Because if they expect to win this game, or expect to come back and win this game, I should say, to get to the Super Bowl, then they just, Jesus Christ, I mean, they went 13-3 again. But they're down at the half in the NFC title game for the second straight year. And last year they lost. This year, we'll find out in 30 minutes of football. But they have to be frustrated. All Packers fans have to be frustrated right now. And rightfully so, because, you got to this point in the year, but now you decide to play not arguably your worst game of the year, but as mentioned, with Tampa Bay and Tom Brady. Right now for Brady up against Rodgers and the Bucs and the Packers these past 2 meetings, the Bucs are the Packers' kryptonite. The Packers can't seem to do anything right against this team. But against anyone else, they're fine. They'll go out and win, even though they lost to a few other teams this year as well. So, first half stats and scores, we'll get those pulled up as mentioned. And we do have some breaking news that I guess in the NFL, they are considering some draft changes, discussing a tournament of some sorts. I don't know. And then teams hosting 2 drafts at once, along with the draft of the date being moved to a later date for some reason. I don't know why. We'll have to check in with that. Or hey, that's my bad. I read that wrong. That's the NHL, not the NFL. The NHL, it's hockey. So breaking news in hockey for any hockey fans. They are considering some draft changes. Pre-draft tournament. Teams potentially hosting 2 drafts at once. Next 2 drafts at once. And then the date of the draft could be postponed, could be delayed. All right. That's hockey. That's the NHL, not the NFL. My bad. Read that wrong. Completely read that wrong. So at the half, NFC Championship game, Buccaneers leading on the road, 21-10 against the Green Bay Packers. As we come out of halftime now, beginning the second half, third quarter, 1st and 10 with 15 minutes to play in this third. It'll be 1st and 10 Packers from the 25-yard line as they trail by 11, 21-10. Rodgers under center going to motion out into the gun. From the 25, he gets a snap. Pump fakes. He gets rid of it. Takes a big hit. It's going to be caught. And Aaron Jones for 4 yards. Second down. So at the half, as we begin the second half now, Tampa Bay leading against Green Bay 21-10 in this NFC Championship game. Tom Brady is 13-22 for 202 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Leonard Fournette has 5 carries for 30 yards rushing and a touchdown, whereas Ronald Jones only has 5 carries for 8 yards rushing. Chris Godwin, 4 catches for 99 yards receiving. Mike Evans, 2 catches for 42 yards and a touchdown, whereas Scotty Miller also has 2 catches for 36 yards and a score as well. Fournette out of the backfield, 4 catches for 20 yards. 2nd and 5 from 30. Pass going to be intended for Aaron Jones once again. It falls incomplete, 3rd down and 5. Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers at the half now, early second half on their first drive of this second half, He is 15-21 for $174 with a touchdown and interception. However, also he's been sacked 3 times. Now out of the gun, empty set, 3rd down and 5 from the 30 as the Packers trail by 11. Once again, 21-10 is your halftime score. Rodgers looking to throw. It's going to be caught. And the ball comes out, fumbled. Buccaneers pick it up. And a return inside the 10-yard line to the 8. It'll be 1st and goal, for the Buccaneers from inside the 10-yard line. Setting up shop here early second half, looking to extend their lead. Was it a catch, though? Yeah, that's a catch. He took like 5 steps before the ball came out. That's easily a catch by Aaron Jones. 1st and 10 for 1st and goal, once again for the Buccaneers. As for some reason now, Fox has froze. Fox having some issues. We'll see if we can get these situated. All right, we'll recall to whatever the hell else was on. And now having some issues watching the NFC title game. What the hell? Come on, work with me. Always at the wrong time. Always something new. And now, of course, yeah, it's going to go out, even though there's no weather whatsoever. Come on. Seriously? I can't have anything go right anymore. Jesus Christ. Like, come on. So now we're going to miss because this damn Dish Network. All right. Maybe we'll get back to the action. Maybe not. Come on, there we go. All right, so we're at a commercial break, so we didn't miss much. All right, so turnover by Green Bay again. All right, just a little slow. Come on, man. Come on, man. What the hell? Work with me. Technology, I tell you what. As I was saying, Green Bay stat-wise at least, Rodgers 16-22 for 173 for a touchdown and interception. Jones rushing 6 carries for 27 yards rushing. So really not much of a difference with the two teams. However, Fournette has a rushing touchdown. And then Brady with his 2, that's why they lead by 11. And then Green Bay, Marquez Valdez-Scantling receiving has 2 catches for 62 yards and a score. Alex Lazard, 2 catches for 46 yards. Devontae Adams, 3 of 24. Lewis also has 2 catches. Mercedes Lewis for 23 yards. Receiving, Tunyon only 2 for 7. And Green Bay with another turnover. That wasn't Rodgers' fault by any means, but I'm sure there was somebody else open on 3rd down. So Rodgers has an interception. Jones fumbles. As it was a catch and a fumble, he took a few steps before the ball came out. And then Tampa returns it to the 8-yard line of 1st and goal coming out of this commercial break, following a little technical difficulty with viewing this game as well. And if you hear any noise in the background, once again, just some dogs barking, so don't get worried. One play later on 1st and goal, play action from Brady, touchdown Cameron Brate, and the Bucs extend their lead 27-10 pending the extra point. Buccaneers making it look easy today. Very, very easy. This Green Bay defense, as much talk as there's been all season long right now of how good they are, with how good both of these defenses are. Tampa's defense, because they can run the ball and Brady's playing better than Rodgers right now as well. Tampa's just running all over the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay's going to need a miracle to come back and win this. Extra point up and good, 28-10. So, man, it's just with I can feel how frustrating this is for a Packers fan, being a Steeler fan, with how bad Pittsburgh played 2 weeks ago. It's like you played so well until this point in the season to play your worst game. It's win or go home. And now you trail by 18, you're losing. What I say at the half, you can't turn the ball over. Well, opening drive, and we'll see, how they play on their opening drive in the second half. They can set the tone. No, they turn the ball over, and one play later, 1st and goal from the 8, Brady, a simple play fake on play action, finds Cameron Brate wide open, back of the end zone for a touchdown. So now they go to the tight ends. And Brady is less than half away now from going back to the Super Bowl with a new team, okay? He'd make history playing in his 10th Super Bowl in 2 weeks if Tampa Bay wins today, along with the Buccaneers playing in their home stadium, becoming the first NFL team in history to play in their home stadium for a Super Bowl as well as the Bucs kick off. So, really, we probably should just start looking ahead to the later game along with the Super Bowl, with who's going to be playing right now. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, whether it be the Buffalo Bills or Kansas City Chiefs. Now, Kansas City could be Tampa's kryptonite because with this being a Week 6 rematch, the AFC title game being a Week 6 rematch as well, Green Bay went to Tampa and lost 38-10. They trail now 28-10 early second half. However, Kansas City also went to Tampa Bay. However, the Chiefs won. Could we get a Chiefs-Bucks Super Bowl? Yes. Bills-Bucks Super Bowl? Yes. We'll see what gives, but something's got to give. Jamal Williams on the run. Aaron Jones going to be down and out. He's injured. We'll see if he can come back in at any point in time, the remainder of this ball game, or not. But 2nd and 4. After a nice pickup there by Jamal Williams. So from the 31, Rodgers going to be under center. And a toss. Very short toss and goes nowhere. They run a toss up the middle. When you toss it on a run, you go to the outside. But no, a little miscommunication. They run a toss inside and it doesn't go anywhere. So 3rd down and 4 for the Green Bay offense. They got to get something cooking here. Because if not, this game is going to be over here very, very shortly if this keeps up. To a point, it's over now, but Green Bay's still got a lot of time. There's still a lot of football to be played for them to come back and win this. Their defense just has to make some stands. Their defense is killing them, and because Rodgers can't do it all himself, Slant over the middle, complete to Devontae Adams, first down and 10 for the Green Bay Packers. So we'll see if they can find a way to come back and tie this game up, win it. 12-10 to play in this third quarter, but Tampa's defense versus Green Bay's defense right now, with how this game's gone, regardless of how good the offenses have played. Pass going to be caught, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling, first down, Packers. So now some up-tempo, they're moving the football. And like I said, if they get down, crowd's going to be out of it. What do you know? Now they're trying to get back into it, as the Packers are as well, but that's what, you're as good as you are all season long, but then come playoff time, you can't get over the hump. So, we'll see. From the 34, first and 10. Trips top your screen. And it's going to be caught. And another first down. That's St. Brown on the reception. So back-to-back first downs for the Green Bay offense. But in the meantime, Tampa still leads by almost 3 touchdowns. So they can cut this lead if they score here all they want. But when Tampa Bay gets the ball back, how does the Green Bay's defense answer? Because Tampa's defense has 2 turnovers. All right, so first and 10 from the 24. Rodgers going to roll out. It's going to be a little too far back of the end zone, incomplete. Intended for St. Brown once again. It seems like with Rodgers in this game at least, he finds a target, whoever that target is, whether it's Devontae Adams, Tunyon, Valdez-Scantling, Alex Lazard, now St. Brown, whoever that target is turns into his favorite target, and he keeps going to him. Trying to find some momentum. I get it. Create some rhythm, but you have how many weapons? Somebody else is going to be open if somebody's double teamed. But who am I to talk? Who are any of us to talk? We're not playing. Second and 10, Rodgers is going to dump it off. It's caught, first down, Packers. And hey, guess who for the third straight play? St. Brown. And it'll be first and goal for the Green Bay Packers as Rodgers pump faked. And then, that was the Lizard once again, Alex Lazard on the reception. So now, just wait. He'll go to Lazard coming up on this next play. It's 2 plays in a row. He goes to the same receiver. It's how it's been today, at least. Because whoever he goes to once, he's going to go to him again. Whether he's open or not, it seems like, turns into his favorite target. And then that's when the defense is going to make a play because you're going to make a mistake because they're going to be ready for it. First and goal. Rodgers looking to throw. Caught. Touchdown. Packers. And Big Bob, Robert Tunyon for 6. 28-16 pending the Mason Crosby extra point. As the Packers are going to try to cut it to 11 again. 28-17 as it was 21-10 at the half. Now with both teams scoring touchdowns early this second half, but Green Bay's still got a lot of work to do. They still got a lot of work to do if they want to come back and win this game. But at home with fans, could be an issue for Tampa Bay potentially. We'll see. Still a lot of football if we play. That's why they play the game. Extra point up and good. 28-17. So right now, first to 40 probably wins it. Green Bay's got a lot of work to do. Neither team has a running game now. It's just whoever can convert first down on after, pass. Just keep driving live and drive and score. that's how this game's, turning out right now. So, um, you know, we'll see. As mentioned, what gives? Someone's got to give eventually, but it's Tampa's defense versus Green Bay's defense. How good Tampa's defense is playing versus how bad Green Bay's defense is playing. So we'll see how Green Bay, uh, answers when we come back following this commercial break. But because if they're just going to allow already down 11 again, if they're just going to allow Brady and the Bucs offense to drive and score, Rodgers and company, they're just going to be in the same hole they just were, going to try to continue to drive and cut the lead. But when you're cutting leads, you're not taking leads. So their defense, Green Bay's defense, has stepped the hell up, starting like right now. Because if not, and they let this game get out of hand, there's not going to be enough time for Rodgers to come back and make some plays to cut it or take the lead, of course, because he can only do so much. When you don't have a running game, that's the thing with Tampa. They'll get back to their running game in the second half, I expect, with Fournette and Jones, especially with an 11-point lead on the road in the second half in the NFC title game to get the Super Bowl. And if they get the Super Bowl playing at home, you'd think they'd be favored. And if they beat the Chiefs or the Bills, everybody's going to hate the Bucs for the next 20 years with Tom Brady, just as everybody's hated the Patriots for the past 20 years with Tom Brady. But Brady doesn't care. Oh, I'll leave New England. I'll go to Tampa Bay. I'll win. I'll go win a Super Bowl my first year. Who would have thought? He only signed a 2-year deal. So, this time next year, there could be retirement talk for him, as there is right now with Drew Brees. We just saw Greg Olsen, the tight end, out of Miami, former Bear, Panther, and Seahawk now, retired earlier today. Phillip Rivers just retired as well. So we'll see what his future holds, of course, as he is already lined up to take a high school football head coaching gig. However, I saw he's, I guess, interested in getting into broadcasting, so we'll see how that works out. But Big Ben Roethlisberger, the final quarterback from that 04 draft class, last one standing. But he's got a decision to make right now, too. So he could very well still retire from now until the start of the NFL New Year, which, of course, is less than 2 months away. As there will be no combine for the NFL this upcoming offseason. All workouts take place at Pro Days. We'll then have free agency as that starts off the new league year, and then the draft at the end of April. And minus with what I said about, from what I thought was NFL news, ended up being NHL news, as I read the headline wrong. And I made it for a mistake there. But 1st and 10 now, Buccaneers from 24-yard line, handoff. Run the football. You're up 11 on the road. Run the ball. You're controlling this game as much as you are already. You'll control it even more if you run the football. That's what Tampa's going to do to get the Super Bowl. And if they do get the Super Bowl, it'll be their first in Super Bowl 37, the first Super Bowl I ever remember watching, in which Tampa Bay defeated the Oakland Raiders. And that Super Bowl win was Tampa Bay's final playoff win until they defeated Washington 2 weeks ago, and then they defeated the Saints last Sunday as well to get to today's NFC title game on the road against Green Bay Packers. Handoff from Brady to Fournette. He's high step, and he picks up a first down. 10 yards on the run, first down, Buccaneers, with 8.5 to play in this third quarter. And don't want to jinx myself by any means, but hey, there's no noise in the background now, so seems like some of the dogs at least have shut the hell up, which is a good thing, but knock on wood. Yeah, first down and 10, Buccaneers, and hopefully from now until the end of the AFC title game in a few short hours or so, after kickoff in Kansas City, it'll, be quiet as a mouse, as Brady, 1st and 10, going to go deep. Incomplete, intended for Chris Godwin. And with 8 minutes on the dot to play, it'll be 2nd down and 10. So sorry for any technical difficulties by any means. Any confusion with some breaking news or just whatever the hell's happened since this live stream started. And it's been one of those days, but hey, life goes on. So, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play live right here on YouTube of NFL Playoff Conference Championship Sunday. Right now, the NFC Championship game. Later, still to come, the AFC Championship game. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL Playoffs. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers. Always great. Appreciate it as well. In the meantime, we got an injured Packer. Bruce Arians not happy about that. No call from the official. And with 8 minutes to play in this third quarter, we have still yet to see a penalty flag thrown from the Zebras this afternoon, which is a very big surprise. I mean, this might be history breaking in the National Football League with time-wise for as long as we haven't had a penalty marker thrown, which is absolutely absurd because normally they're throwing them every other play on stupid, penalties that shouldn't be thrown. That's the thing with penalties. If it's a penalty, call it. Throw the penalty flag. If not, don't let them play. They're letting them play today. And a good thing, they're letting them play because it's the NFC Championship game, for God's sake. Same thing hopefully goes for the AFC title game. And then the Super Bowl in 2 weeks. But when this game, along with the later game, comes down the wire, hopefully they don't make a bad call, with little to no time left and just give the game, to one of these teams. Brady with a mistake. Interception from Tom Brady. Green Bay going to get the football back. So there's some momentum for them. First interception, first turnover by Tampa today. And it'll be 1st and 10 Packers following that injury timeout. Adrian Amos, former Penn State Nittany Lion, former Chicago Bear, now in Green Bay with the Pack. Arguably one of the best defensive players in Green Bay, Wisconsin with the Packers. One of the most underrated NFC defensive players in the NFL right now. Makes an interception on the Michigan alum in Tom Brady, who is trying to get to the Super Bowl as a NFC participant for the first time ever. As he's, of course, played in the NFC his whole entire career with the New England Patriots. So it'll be 1st and 10 Packers. 1st and 10 Green Bay Packers following the turnover, down 11, 28-17 here, midway through the third quarter. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.
Today we have the Microsoft Surface Pro 7 and MacBook Pro. Surface prints with a pen and it's touchscreen. Mac gave us a little bar, but why can't they just give me a whole touchscreen? The Surface Pro has a detachable keyboard. Now with the Mac, you're kind of just stuck with what you got. With the Surface, yes, you can run your favorite apps on it. It has the power to run all your apps. It is a much better gaming device. I love my games. Then there's the price. Yep.
Verizon lets you have it all.
You don't just get Verizon 5G, you get amazing entertainment.
Get 5G from America's most reliable network and the best in entertainment. Now, new and existing customers get their favorite shows and originals on Discovery Plus.
We are so excited for Discovery Plus because it has all of our favorite shows in one place. There's always something new to watch.
Unlimited plans include 5G.
With Verizon, you get so much more than just a great network.
Plus, you'll get up to $1,000 off our best phones when you switch to select plans. Only on Verizon.
Everyone's so busy keeping up. Forget about the Joneses. We all on our telephones with the texts and the tweets and the beats. What he said, she said, can't even follow the thread. Down the hole, we all go. Me, I like keeping up too. With my corona and my attitude. That's the fine life, baby.
Tom Brady threw 2 interceptions week 1 at New Orleans and thrown no more interceptions on the road until that last throw. 393 attempts on the road, an NFL record since at least 1948.
A little movement. We got a penalty flag, our first. It'll be a false start However, Rogers going for Daphne. It's going to be incomplete. Or he might have thought he had a free play, as Tampa very well could have jumped off sides. So it'll be 1st and 5 if Tampa did following completion, but it'll be 1st and 15 if it's a false start. Looks like it's going to be against Tampa Bay jumping off sides. I thought that was a false start. But Green Bay getting the ball back following the interception. No foul for encroachment for an offside or a false start. Okay, they do say entering the neutral zone, 5-yard offside for Tampa Bay. So it'll be 1st and 5. So Rogers did have a free play. So that would have been complete to Daphne. It'd be a decline the penalty, big first down pickup for the Packers, but pass fell incomplete. Had Devontae Adams wide open down the far side. Oh my God. They could have easily cut that lead to 4 right now. But now they have a 1st and 5 from the 37. So 5-yard offside. They take the 5 yards, 1st and 5. Toss near side. And Jamal Williams for 3. 2nd down and 2. Yeah, he had Adams wide open down the far sideline. Oh my God. But so after that penalty, 3-yard gain, 2nd down and short. So Green Bay's defense stepping up now. How does Rodgers and the Packer offense respond? Trips top of your screen from the 39. Play clock winding down on 2nd and 3 officially. Fake the give. Complete to Adams. 1st down, Packers.
Yeah, now this Bucs defense without their 2 starting safeties. Jordan Whitehead now out with a shoulder injury. Andrew Adams for him. Of course, they started this game without their other safety, Antoine Winfield, with an ankle, Joe.
And Antoine Winfield Jr. is just a stud. 2nd-round pick from Minnesota. They miss his presence, and now they don't have Whitehead.
Pass going to be caught. Almost dropped. There's A.J. Dillon. And Dillon gets 15. So they're just going to save him for the second half. And they run the screen with him. Almost dropped it. Came down with a catch, though. Broke a tackle. And picked up a big 1st down for the Green Bay offense. Nice spin move. 1st and 10. From the 44. Scantling in motion. Rodgers going to hand off. Now they're going to run A.J. Dillon. He's going to lower his shoulder and pick up 5 yards. In a play in which he should have been brought down to the line of scrimmage, 2nd down. Rodgers going to roll out, looking Tunyon's way. He waits a minute, finds them. 1st down, Green Bay. So the Packers are starting to come back. Rodgers with the... Yeah. Nice 1st down pickup. From the 32. Play clock winding down. He gets it off. Gonna fake the give to Dillon. Rodgers complete to Mercedes Lewis. And Lewis for about 5 or so. Second down. Chunk yards. 5, 6 here and there. Eventually, you'll have the defense, whether that's running the ball down their throat or, play action here and there. You're on defense on their heels. Then you take the deep shot and you beat them deep. They're in field goal range, so at least if they do have to settle for 3, they should get 3 to cut it to 8, and then they'd be down a touchdown plus a 2-point. Still a lot of football left to be played, though, as we near the end of the third quarter already. This game absolutely flying by. 2nd and 4, Rogers going to hand off. And some pushing and shoving. Things could get chippy here, but Dylan on the give. They're going to keep the football on the sideline, use the one that they have out there on the field. Refs are, for the most part, other than the missed call on the touchback that Green Bay had to challenge, they've only thrown 1 penalty flag, and it was for offside. Offside false start went against Tampa, 1st and 5 on this drive for Green Bay. And now 3rd and 2 from the 25. Rodgers in the gun. And another screen, complete Williams. Williams going to almost stayed in bounds there. Steps out around the 10. It'll be 1st down, Green Bay, from right around the 10-yard line, it looks like. We'll see where they spot the football. It's either going to be 1st and 10 or 1st and goal. 1st and goal, they got 4 shots. 1st and 10, they got 8 shots to punch it in. They don't score a touchdown here to cut it to 4, as they already had Adams wide open and didn't throw to him. If Green Bay can cut this to 4, we got ourselves a ball game in the 4th quarter. Because then it's go back to what defense is going to bend but doesn't break, with 3 total turnovers here today with both quarterbacks having an interception. 1st and 10, hand off to Williams. About a yard or so on that. 2:12 to play in this 3rd quarter. 2nd down and 9. 28-17 your score, with Tampa Bay on the road leading against Green Bay Packers in today's NFC Championship game once again. So once again, as well, thank you for tuning in and watching. Maybe go to Daphne. Empty set, 5 wide. Go to one of your tight ends. I mean, he already went to Tunyon for a touchdown in the red zone earlier. It's going to be caught, and Devontae Adams to the 5. It'll be 3rd down, and then a late penalty flag comes in for a potential helmet-to-helmet with targeting. So we'll see what the penalty flag is, but it'll be 3rd down and short. And they'll get Tampa Bay for a personal foul, 15-yard helmet-to-helmet hit. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Helmet-to-helmet, yeah, it's half the distance. And, yeah, that was a good call. The refs have let him play today. But now 1st and goal. It's not like Green Bay probably would have scored on this drive anyway. It would have been 3rd and short, but now they got a 1st and goal. So half the distance from, the 5 where he got tackled at, ball to 2, 2.5. Out of the gun, 1st and goal for Rodgers in the pack. Adams in motion near side. As the Packers are going left to right across your television screen right in auto dial. Handoff. And Williams going to be stuffed to the line of scrimmage. Rodgers right there should have kept it for himself and ran it in for a touchdown. And then maybe do a little discount double check and get this crowd fired up. Heading into the 4th quarter, under a minute to play in the 3rd, 28-17, Tampa. With Green Bay knocking on the door. Yeah, both teams have not been able to run the football today. 50 yards, around 50 yards apiece. Total. Tampa does have 1 rushing touchdown, which is basically the difference right now, along with the fumble from Aaron Jones, who we haven't seen since that fumble due to an injury. And then Rodgers just throws it away, incomplete, back of the end zone. Be 3rd and goal now from the 2. So once again, inside the 5-yard line, goal to go. Last time they had settled for field goal. They're a play away from doing it again. They get to goal to go and then they can't punch it in. Like, how hard is it to go another 2 yards when you already went, how far to get to the end zone to score a touchdown? Out of the gun, 3rd and goal from the 2. 24 seconds to play in this 3rd quarter. Green Bay knocking on the door, trying to get 24 points to cut it to 4 at 28-24. That's a delay of game. They let it slide. Slant, caught, touchdown. Devontae Adams, touchdown Packers. And Green Bay's now less than a touchdown away from taking the lead. 28-23 as we saw the Green Bay turnovers capitalized into Buccaneer points. The Buccaneer turnovers have now also been capitalized and executed into Packer points. And they're going to go for 2 to make it a 3-point game at 28-25. I'd kick it. You still got another quarter to play. But you get it. You're only down 3 and you need a field goal to tie it. Run it back. Oh, drop. That's incomplete. St. Brown. That's a catch. You got to catch that, dude. Come on. (28-23) after a failed 2-point attempt. Because if you don't get it, as they didn't, you're down 5. Rather than if you kick it, you're down 4. Regardless, you're still going to need a touchdown, yeah. But then, potentially if you hold Tampa to the 20th of the half, you score again, you're going to have to go for 2 again to make it a 3-point game. 31-28, because if you don't, even if you do and you don't get it, okay, you lead by 2, 30-28, but then Tampa game-winning field goal wins it if everything else stays the same, stays as it is, and they win it 31-30 and get the Super Bowl. So, yeah, there's that. But I mean, it was a good play call. It was executed well, except you got to catch the damn football. Way too many drops today, and missed tackles on top of that as well. But I was roll it back, go back to the other side. Play action out of the gun. Rodgers rolled out near side. Everybody's to the right. He had a tight end in the middle. Why don't you, throw it across field and go to the far back corner of the end zone? I mean, or even over the middle rather than near side as he did. You probably execute it, but you execute it as you did. You just got to catch the football next time. Like, it's not that hard to catch a football. Like, especially if you're a receiver in the NFL, for God's sakes, you should catch 9 of 10. But there's that one that he dropped. And as mentioned, we've seen way too many dropped and missed tackles here today. Seems like, at least, with the Buccaneers and the Packers. So, yeah, there's that. 28-23 now with the Bucs and get the football back as we near the end of the 3rd quarter. Under 30 seconds to play. But as it was 21-10 at the half, Tampa Bay. Tampa won at 28-10, but then Green Bay scored 2 touchdowns since. With a total of 13 unanswered, minus the failed conversion on the attempt. So this is going to be a good game. It's really right now, whoever has the ball last will probably win this game and come down to the wire, as it should. But still, I think it's what defense is going to bend but doesn't break, and we'll see if either of these teams can get the run game going. Whether or not they have the lead right now or not, leading or even trailing by 5 right now. So, 28-23, Tampa Bay. As the Packers are on to kick off. from the 1 on the return. Tampa Bay out past 25-30, 35-40, and out of bounds at the 45-yard line. And it'll be 1st and 10 for the Brady Tampa Bay Buccaneer bunch from there.
Awesome to work with all these years. Look at this. A lot of hardware for Fred Aldis. A lot of smiles, and there isn't anybody who's worked with Fred Aldis who doesn't love the man. So he'll be missed. And he gets to punch up the dials for the rest of this one. And how's it going to end? 5-point game. Great return by Pickens out to the 45. A 43-yard return. Great field position.
1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. And Jones for a few yards there. It'll be 2nd down for Tampa Bay, up 5, 28-23, as we hit the end of the 3rd quarter. Officially at the end of 3, Tampa Bay leading, as they've led this whole entire game, 28-23 against the Green Bay Packers in today's NFC Championship game. 15 minutes to play. One of these two teams is heading to the Super Bowl to take on either Buffalo or Kansas City, with the AFC title game still to come later on tonight, so stay tuned for more live reactions play-by-play. But at the end of 3 today, with Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Green Bay Packers, the Bucs lead the Pack by 5, 28-23. It'll be 2nd down and 8 for Tampa Bay to begin the 4th quarter when we return. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play-by-play live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe, as always, on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL playoffs. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. Hopefully we'll tune in next weekend for WWE Royal Rumble. And then in 2 weeks' time, Super Bowl 55 from Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida. As the Bucs, if they do in fact win today, Brady would make his 10th Super Bowl appearance, most all time in NFL history, along with the Buccaneers becoming the first NFL franchise in history to play a Super Bowl in their very own home stadium. So a lot on the line here is Rodgers, of course, in the Pack as well, trying to get back to the promised land for the first time in a decade. They trail by 5. They've scored 13 unanswered, cut it to 5. But they still trail 28-23 at the end of 3. So we'll have the 4th quarter when we return. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching.
Tuna. Reserve your excitement today. Start tomorrow at 9 on Fox.
Hey, look at you. Still trying to catch me. I ain't got time for this.
As we begin the 4th quarter, there's a nice aerial shot of the frozen tundra Lambeau Field for the final home game for the Green Bay Packers this season. 2nd and 8 as we begin the 4th. Tampa up 5, 28-23. Post game, we'll have final stats and scores. Rodgers having a decent game. Both quarterbacks with an interception. But Brady on that pass. Pass incomplete near side, intended for Mike Evans. That's a drop. Right in the hands. You got to catch that, yeah. But we'll have final stats and scores once this game does, in fact, go final. But with Green Bay, as I said at halftime, I mean, both teams now, no running game whatsoever. But at the time, Tampa had a better running game. 3rd and 8. Brady stepping up. It's going to be caught at the 37. And Tyler Johnson, the rookie out of Minnesota, 1st down, Tampa Bay. But can't turn the ball over. We saw Green Bay do that on their opening drive of the second half. Since then, though, they've looked like a totally different team, holding Tampa Bay to little to nothing because their defense stepped up and played better. And that's what Green Bay needs. But if I'm Tampa Bay now here, fourth quarter, on the road, a lead, you run the football. Brady under center with Fournette in the backfield. And there you go. They run the football. Way too many missed tackles today. About a 4, maybe 5 yard pickup for Leonard Fournette. Be second down and medium. Second and 5 officially. And another injured Green Bay Packer. And I talked about time possession earlier. They show the stat for in this second half for offensive plays run and time possession. The Bucs have barely touched. Credit to Green Bay's defense for holding, Green Bay's offense for being able to hold on to the football and drive and score. Now we got a flag. Green Bay might have got caught with too many men on defense. Give up a free first down on 2nd and 5. As Green Bay was subbing a little too late and got caught with 12 on defense. 5 yards, automatic first down. Stupid penalties and turnovers kill you. So from the 27, 1st and 10. And Leonard Fournette on the screen near side. Big stop in the backfield by Green Bay on defense. Really haven't said Preston or Zadarius Smith's name at all today, as Tampa has done a damn good job of keeping them away from Tom Brady. But then it's the Green Bay secondary that stepped up in the meantime. Amos with the INT, Jair Alexander's played well. King as well. Picked off again. Speaking of the devil, Green Bay's secondary. There's Jair Alexander with another Tom Brady interception. And it was a little overthrown, intended, I do believe, for Kyler Johnson. Deflected in the air. Green Bay comes down with it inside the 5-yard line. Good return out to around the 20 or so. It was intended for Mike Evans, and then Scotty Miller was behind him in the end zone. Way too many drops today. And then Jair Alexander's right there to pick off Tom Brady. And Green Bay is going to set up shot 1st and 10, down 5. Looking to take their first lead here today in the NFC title game. Game's not over just yet. Even though, some people might have thought this game was over at halftime or early second half. Green Bay since then, they've played like a totally different team. Still no running game by both teams, but it's turned in the quarterback duel that we thought we were going to get. But mistakes. Brady now with 2 interceptions compared to Rodgers 1. However, 4 total turnovers. Green Bay's also had a fumble. Since Green Bay was down 18, 13 unanswered. Missed 2-point attempt, of course. That's why they trailed by 5. But their defense is playing better. Tell 2 halves. Tampa's defense played well in the first half. Green Bay's defense played well in the second half. Full 60-minute game, though. You got to play a full 60 to win. It's not over until it's over. Not over until triple zeros on the clock at the end of the fourth quarter or even overtime. Um, and hopefully at that point, game doesn't result in a tie. NFL still needs to change the overtime rule. Say it again, but really defensively, it's been a tale of two halves. Tampa played well in the first half. Green Bay's played better in the second half. And Green Bay on offense has been able to capitalize with the momentum. Home field advantage potentially now will play a factor compared to Tampa being balanced. Well, just let Rodgers sit back and sling it. That's the thing. Green Bay's defense was letting Brady pick them apart, letting, along with everyone else on the Buck defense, whatever the hell they wanted to do, and that's what happened. Well, now it's Tampa's defense is letting the Packer offense do whatever the hell they want to do. So that's where we stand in Green Bay at home with fans in this season, unlike any other, of course. Social distance at a limited capacity. Down 5, Super Bowl berth on the line. They have all the momentum right now. If they drive and score, Lambeau's going to come unglued. And the way their defense is playing in the second half now, you would think, should be able to shut down Brady then the rest of the game and make him, potentially make another mistake. Ball's deflected on the pass. Good pressure by Tampa Bay. It's going to be incomplete. Bucks thinks it's a fumble, but the pass was thrown like 20 yards downfield. So incomplete. But 2nd and 10 now. I mean, turning of the tides, that would have been, a play after a Brady interception. Rodgers gets strip sacked and there's a fumble. And then the Bucks are right back in scoring position. But incomplete. 2nd and 10. So this is going to be right now a huge drive for the Green Bay offense. If they can drive and score, get the crowd behind them, screen complete to Jamal Williams. We have not seen Aaron Jones since that fumble early second half here. It seems like he was injured, so they've brought in Williams as the go-to, followed by A.J. Dillon. But then Rodgers still has all his weapons at wide receiver and even at tight end with Lewis and Tunyon. So we'll see if Rodgers can give the Tampa Bay defense the Rodgers rate and drive and score and get the Green Bay Packers back to the Super Bowl. 3rd and 5 from the 24. And a bit of a hold. Rodgers is going to go down in the sack. So, another interception by Brady really ain't going to matter. Quick 3 and out by Green Bay on offense. And they're going to punt. So, the Bucs are going to get the football back. Still up 5, of course, 28-23 here in the fourth quarter. Still a lot of time left. With about 11 or 12 minutes or so to play. So, both teams, all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning still to come. Under 11 now. 10:55, 4th and 14 officially as Green Bay will punt. And special teams really, this playoff run for all these playoff teams really hasn't, been that much of a factor. So we'll see potentially in this final 10:39 or in the AFC game still come, or even in the Super Bowl, that special teams helps out one of these final 4 teams remaining. So commercial break, Bucks gonna get the football back following the Green Bay punt, and Green Bay's gonna have to make another stand on defense to give Rodgers time with as much time as there is left. There's not, of course, that much time on Green Bay's side, as we'll see if Tampa, teams every now and then, they'll go on a 6-7 minute drive and just drain the clock. And then they score and do that, Tampa's going to win here. But if they can hold them, get the ball back, give Rodgers, the 5-point deficit that he's been handed right now. Of course, Green Bay's had to come back from down even worse today. But keep it where it's at. 3 timeouts and, the time that'll be left to that point in time plus 2-minute mark. Green Bay's going to have a shot. But another big defensively drive for the Green Bay defense coming up. But then also a big drive for the offensive side of the ball for Tampa Bay. Because if they can, drive, take some time off this clock and score, already up 5. I mean, that's 2-possession ball game again. Green Bay being down to try to come back and win this game, as they've tried to come back and cut it to where it's at now, but it still ain't enough. So something's got to give. We'll see what happens, but 28-23 Tampa Bay over the Green Bay Packers, as we see a different NASCAR commercial for the upcoming NASCAR season. That'll be here in a few weeks. It'll begin on Valentine's Day. Upcoming schedule for myself, at least. Of course, today, both AFC and NFC Championship games, with the AFC still yet to kick off with Buffalo and Kansas City. The Bills and Chiefs, 6:30 kick on CBS. It'll be on this live reaction stream, so stick around. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching. But today, Bucs, Packers, Bills, and Chiefs, NFL Playoff Conference Championship Sunday. Keep an eye out for my WWE Royal Rumble predictions for the upcoming Royal Rumble pay-per-view next Sunday night. I'll have live reactions play then of that event as well, the first pay-per-view event of the year for the WWE. Also, AEW Beach Break with a special edition, of course, of AEW Dynamite Beach Break on February the 3rd with WWE NXT. The following Sunday, 2 weeks from today, Super Bowl 55, with the winner of this game along with the winner of the late game between Buffalo and Kansas City. And then, as the NASCAR season will kick off on Valentine's Day with the Daytona 500, we'll also have the next WWE NXT TakeOver event that night as well. And then a week from then, WWE Elimination Chamber on February the 21st. But that's all still yet to come. We got under 10 minutes to play in this NFC Championship game with one of these two teams going to the Super Bowl. As it'll be 3rd and 2 for the Buccaneers, up 5, 28-23 with 9:42 to play. Trips in a bunch near side. Brady going to be under center. Scotty Miller in motion. Bucks left to right. Brady, 3-step drop. Going to go deep down the near side. Has Evans, and it's going to be picked off. The 3rd interception by Tom Brady today. 2nd straight to Jair Alexander. And I don't know what the hell Tom Brady was doing there. He just heaved it to the heavens and was hoping Evans could come down with it, and that's an interception, no doubt. So now back-to-back turnovers by Tampa Bay. Yeah, Brady, a simple 3-step drop. Didn't even fake the give. And Fournette missed the block. A little miscommunication with Brady and Evans, it seemed like. And Jair Alexander just read it the whole way and came down with another interception off Tom Brady. And Brady's like, well, whatever. My bad. But in the meantime, here in the second half, with the way Green Bay's defense played in the first half, they've been playing since, they look like a complete different team. And with the way their defense is playing, this is why they're now only 5 points down. Still, once again, trying to take their first lead of the ball game. But in the meantime, Tampa's defense with their 5th sack on Aaron Rodgers. So they're still getting after Rodgers. So it goes both ways. Well, offensively, other than that Rodgers interception in the first half that Tampa scored off of right before halftime, they were fine on offense the first half. It was their defense's problem. Now in the second half, Rodgers, okay, they scored 13 unanswered. They're still down 5, 28-23. But now their offensive line can't block for them. While their defense is making all the plays, keeping them in the ball game, but they're still only down 5. However, they're still down. They're not in the lead. It'd be a different story if they're ahead. Rodgers is going to go deep down the far sideline, has a man that's incomplete, a little too much for Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Third down and 11. So we might be trading turnovers and punts now with both of these teams in the fourth quarter. Something you'd normally see in the second or third, not midway through the fourth and final quarter of one of these two teams' season. Stuart Rodgers draws up here on 3rd and 11. That's why you got to be balanced, because if you're not, you're all over the place. But when, and it's going to be incomplete, very rarely do you have everything, going to plan and everything being normal. And if you do, it's a perfect game. The rest are letting them play. I don't mind that. I mean, maybe that a little bit. But, yeah, they're letting them play today, which is a good thing. We've seen 2 penalties. So Green Bay on to punt again. However, still 8:20 to play, and both teams with 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning still to come. However, Green Bay still trails. So, return on the punt from 25-yard line for the Bucs. 3 yards on the return. 1st and 10, Brady. And the Buccaneer offense from there when we return. But, when they have one thing going good, the other's up shit creek, and vice versa. As it's been a tale of 2 halves. I mean, their defense has been playing better, but now their offense can't do a damn thing. Since they scored 13 unanswered and cut it to 5, because they punted twice. So, we'll see if Brady throws his 4th interception. I highly doubt it, but who would have thought he was going to throw 3? 3 picks for Brady. 2 back-to-back on the last 2 drives to Jair Alexander of the Green Bay secondary. So, until, Green Bay continues to stop Tampa, and then the Packer offense does something, we're just going to be at a standstill as we've been at 28-23 with the Buccaneers leading on the road against the Packers. So, yeah, that's that. So, one of these 2 teams, they got 8.5 to play, and their season's over. The other's going to move on to the Super Bowl. And if Tampa is playing in their home stadium for the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, as mentioned earlier, probably going to be a big favorite, you would think. Especially if they play Buffalo. Now, if it's Kansas City, Chiefs trying to repeat, you have the storyline, then of Mahomes and the Chiefs are trying to repeat, trying to become the first team to repeat since the New England Patriots in 38-39, and guess who the quarterback was then? Of course, Tom Brady, who's now in Tampa Bay, who the Chiefs are playing, blah, 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 all that. So, I mean, I can already hear the talk the next 2 weeks, but keep an eye out for tomorrow's question of the day on social media on who, in fact, will win Super Bowl following the conclusion of both games this afternoon. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, and we'll get back to the action momentarily with Green Bay's defense once again needing another stop. Needing football back once again, still only down 5. Maybe 3rd time's a charm, because the past 2 times it hasn't worked out in their favor. So, as mentioned, something's got to give. So, we'll see what happens. But their defense can do another stand here, and times even down 5 right now, not on their side. So, 1st and 10, trips near side, Godwin in motion from the 28, and here comes Tampa Bay running the football again. 3 yards to Ronald Jones. It'll be second down and 7.
Three interceptions on his last 7 attempts. He came in with 0 interceptions on the road in his previous 392 attempts. I know what he's thinking right now, Joe. He's got a 5-point lead with 7.5 minutes to play, and he just does not want to give Aaron Rodgers another crack at taking the lead. And so points on this drive are critical, and he knows that better than anybody. How important this drive is right here for this offense.
Bit of a high snap on 2nd and 7. Brady gets control of the ball, though, finds Godwin over the middle. First down, Buccaneers. Keep an eye out for Gronk. Gronk does not have a catch yet today. Brady hasn't even targeted him. So keep an eye out for Rob Gronkowski on this Buccaneer drive. The Brady to Gronk connection to get Tampa to the Super Bowl, potentially. 1st and 10 from the 42. And a handoff to Jones. And there you go. Preston and Zadarius Smith making some plays now. Just as Aaron Jones and Ronald Jones are brothers from another mother, so are they. 2nd and 11. Brady coming back near side. Guess who? Gronk. Gronk for 15, 20. Inside the 35, down at the 30-yard line. Rob Gronkowski, his first catch of the afternoon, goes for a bunch. Simple tight end screen near side as they fake the give, fake the end around, and the receiver who went and came in motion near side, who they faked the end around to. Brady faked the pass to him, far side, and Gronk standing there waiting for the pass on tight end screen near side, and good blocking downfield. Gronk first down, Buccaneers to the 30-yard line. Brady once again under center. Now you go back to running the football. Very good play calling by Tampa Bay today. 1st and 10. 2 yards for Jones. Yeah, as mentioned, neither of these teams have really been able to run the football today. Which is a bit of a shock, especially for Green Bay, playing at home. But, you take what the defense gives you. You can only do so much. And even with all the mistakes both these teams have made, with under 5 to play, we got a 5-point ball game. 2nd and 8, Brady going to fake the give. And a little too much overthrown, intended for Chris Godwin, far side, incomplete, 3rd down and 8. Good thing for Tampa Bay, though, following that completion to Gronk. They're in field goal range now. And then you go back to the 2-point attempt that Green Bay did not get. Because, as mentioned, you kick it there, you're down 4. You hold Tampa to a field goal now, 31-23. You're going to need a touchdown and a 2-point to tie it, whereas if you would have kicked it earlier, you score, you kick it again, you tie it up at 31 rather than, risk of still being down. Incomplete as Brady just threw it in the ground, 4th down and 8, and here comes the field goal unit for a field goal from about 48 yards out. Make it an 8-point, 31-23 lead. Very big field goal here. Snap, hold, good. Kick is right down Broadway. 31-23 as Ryan Suckup is 4 for 4 on extra points, and now 1 of 1 for a very crucial field goal here late in the fourth quarter on the road in the NFC title game. 31-23 Tampa Bay. So now, like I said, going for 2 earlier comes back and bites in the ass. Because rather than being down 7, if you held them to field goal, which you just did, if you would have kicked it following your last touchdown, you're down 7. Now you're down 8 because you went for it and didn't get it. Now you got to score, go for 2 to tie it at 31. And then maybe we go to overtime. 4:42 to play. Both teams still have all 3 timeouts remaining. 2-minute warning to come as well. So still a lot of football left. But Tampa Bay just went on a very decently long drive, I should say, I guess. Wasn't anything crucial by any means. Wasn't major, but, you know, for Green Bay it is because they're already down 5 and with time not on their side, they need to stop. Well, they forced them to a field goal. Now they're going to get the football back. Now for Green Bay on offense, they can't do anything stupid. No penalties, no turnovers. You turn the ball over now, you're done for. Return from the 5-yard line, but just keep it simple. You know, do what you did on those 2 touchdowns you scored earlier this second half for the 13 unanswered before just giving up the field goal. So 31-23. 12 versus 12 again. The TB12 leads the AR12 by 8 as Rodgers and the Packers get the ball back. 1st and 10 with 4.5 to play. Ball officially after the return going to be spotted as A.J. Dillon's in the ball game. Tailback from the 34-yard line. Motion man is Lewis at tight end. Hand off to A.J. Dillon. He's going to get 9, maybe 10. Be short of the line again, it looks like. 2nd inches. Hey, now maybe you try to run the football, catch them off guard when they think, you know, you're going to be throwing. But then back and forth, take some jabs at them, switch it up, and try to be balanced on this drive and catch them on their heels and have Rodgers go deep. And then, you know, you go for 2 and tie it up. And, you know, like I said, maybe we go to overtime. 2nd and 1, Rodgers looking to throw. Pass going to be caught by Marquez Valdez-Scantling down inside the 30 at the 28, 1st and 10, Packers. Green Bay's offensive line's got to do a better job, too, of protecting Rodgers on this drive. He had all time in the world to throw on that play, but as soon as he was about ready to throw, that pocket was collapsing. So Tampa with the 5 sacks on Rodgers today. If Green Bay comes back and wins this, they're going to have to do a better job against whoever they play in 2 weeks in the Super Bowl of protecting Aaron Rodgers. Trips near side, 1st and 10 from 28. Rodgers looking to throw, going to go to deep down near side, incomplete. 10 for 83 Scantling once again. Maybe a little bit of defensive hold, incomplete. 2nd and 10, 3:07 to play. As we come up on 6 o'clock in the East Coast. Yeah, that's a missed call. But they've let him play today. So, you know, like I said earlier, hopefully this time in the game that the refs don't screw it up and give one of these teams a win. Because the other team's going to be very, very mad, and then they'll hear it from the NFL. 2nd and 10 from 28 after the incompletion. That's a delay of game. They let it slide. They let him play. Complete to Devontae Adams, who has to have close to, if he hasn't already passed 100 yards receiving today. He's been the go-to as he always is. Broke some NFL receiving records this year, along with missing a few games as well. That's why I said earlier, arguably the best receiver in the NFL this year in 2020. And arguably potentially moving forward too. Third one, Adams in motion, but it's been Adams the go-to for Rodgers for Green Bay, and then Godwin the go-to for Brady and Tampa Bay. Complete to Adams again near side on 3rd and a yard with 2:22 to play. The Packers are going to set up shop. 1st and goal officially. We'll see where they spot the football at. But now you want to take your time. You want to run the football because you don't want to give Tampa Bay too much time. If you do score here, go for 2 and get it to, drive and win the game. But then also if you score, you don't get it, you want to give yourself, time to potentially get the ball back to, if you hold Tampa Bay, then call your timeouts, drive, and potentially kick a game-winning field goal with Mason Crosby at 32-31. Slant over the middle, incomplete, intended for Alex Lazard. It'll be 2nd goal from the 8-yard line. Yeah, he wasn't even looking for it. He probably would have been brought down at the 1 or 2 yard line though anyway, and then potentially have a fumble of some sorts maybe if it gets punched out. So probably better with the incompletion. 2nd goal now from the 8, empty set 5 wide for Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. Rodgers going to step up, throw incomplete, back of the end zone, intended for Devontae Adams. If that receiver wasn't in front of him with the defender, of course, covering, Rodgers, as he did last week against the Rams, I think, would have been able to walk into the end zone for 6. He was getting pressured there a little bit towards the end of it as well, and then the pass just a little too high. Incomplete, intended for Devontae Adams in the back of the end zone. So now 3rd and goal for the Packers from the 8-yard line. Another empty set 5 wide. That's a hold. Rodgers, run! You had Green in front of you. Run! Now they're going to kick a field goal. You have to kick it here. 4th and goal from the 8. You don't score, you turn it over. You got to kick it. Cut it to 5 once again at 31-26. And, yeah, there are a few penalties by both teams on that play. And credit to the refs. They've let them play today. I mean, by far, I think this is the most I've ever seen the refs let 2 teams play in a football game at any level. This has to be like the least amount of penalties thrown in an NFL playoff game history, for God's sakes. Crosby's field goal up and good, so 31-26 with 2:05 to play, and that's a good thing for Green Bay because still a 2-minute warning. No kickoff. We'll see if any time comes off the clock before 2-minute warning, but then they still got 3 timeouts to stop the clock. They're going to have to make their biggest defensive hold all season long coming up on this next Buccaneer offensive drive if they want to get the football back. Because if not, we very well could have just saw Rodgers and the Packer offense on the field for the final time this season. Because down 5, needing a defensive hold, defensive stop, until Tampa picks up a few first downs here, Green Bay very well could get the football back, and then it's Rodgers with probably no timeouts and no time remaining, having to drive, score to win to get the Packers to the Super Bowl. And I don't know why he didn't tuck in and run right there. He had 5-10 yards in front of him for a touchdown. But then they have to go for 2 to tie it. And once again, they're down 5 again. No onside kick. They'll kick it deep. Return from the 8. And then Tampa slides at the 18 with 2:02 to play. So now Green Bay can call a timeout. Well, now really, honestly, they don't need to. Yeah, I think he did that on purpose, honestly. But, yeah, Green Bay is going to have an extra play here. Tampa is, at least, on offense before the 2-minute warning. So with 2:02 to play, 1st and 10. They'll run. Tampa's just going to run the ball. But then Brady, as he's asking for the play clock to be reset, they'll do that for him. Going deep on a play action to God knows who, putting the dagger in the Packer defense here. They're going to throw. It's caught. All right. Evans picks up 9. So it'll be 2nd and 1 at the 2-minute mark with officially 1:56 to play. Green Bay still all 3 timeouts. So 2nd and 1 for Tampa, up 5, 31-26 when we return. They're going to need to pick up 2 first downs to win this game. 2 first downs should do it. A little surprised they threw there, but they'll probably run coming up, you would think. Play it smart at least. Don't turn the ball over again. I mean, hell, Brady's already thrown 3 interceptions. So, Green Bay needs a stop on defense right now. And if they don't get it, their season's going to be over with. Tampa is going to go home, play in the Super Bowl in their home stadium, for that matter, and await the winner of Buffalo and Kansas City. That's about to kick off in about a half hour or so from now. So we'll stay with it live right here on YouTube in the meantime. So 2 minutes to play, and then we'll have some time, of course, in between for you to like, follow, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Links in the description below. At least we'll know, one of the 2 teams in the Super Bowl following the conclusion of this game. Whether it be Tampa Bay holding on, having never trailed on the road in this game, surprisingly, leading by 5, 31-26. If they can hold on, Tampa's in. If Green Bay can come back and win, Packers are in. So we'll see what happens here on these next few plays. But until then, we're at the 2-minute warning with 1:56 to play. 2nd and 1 for Tampa Bay, leading by 5, 31-26 against Green Bay.
Featuring a flame grilled bacon cheeseburger. Value this good is hard to find anywhere else. The new $1 Your Way menu, now at Burger King. Your way, way better.
The murder of Remington Academy. Right, much so.
One of these 2 quarterbacks will be satisfied following the conclusion of this game. Green Bay might have just jumped off sides on 2nd and 1.
And just as the Buccaneers were walking to the line of scrimmage, the Packers came across.
That's pathetic. You should know better.
Because they didn't want to have
Yeah, they did do that on purpose, honestly.
number 98.
Give Tampa a free first down. No time, just came off the clock. So a 5-yard offside, automatic first down. So Tampa with a 1st and 10. They'll 1st and 10, 2nd down, 3rd down, and then if Green Bay can get them to a 4th down and punt with their 3 timeouts, call timeouts, not give them another first down, the Packers are going to get the football back. Because if you don't do what they just did, you're down minus a timeout on a 3rd down, and then Tampa can drain the clock before they punt. Brady's going to hand off. Green Bay going to hold. 2 yards on that run. Timeout Packers with 1:51 to play. Well, I don't get why Rodgers didn't tuck and run. He had 10 yards in front of him for a touchdown. But then you got to go for 2 because you went for 2 earlier and didn't get it, when you probably should have kicked it because it was still early in the game. We'll have final stats and scores post game, so stay tuned. 2nd and 8 with 1:51 to play. Trips near side. They'll run here, but then on 3rd down, hell, they might even throw the play action right now. Brady might, they're going to run it for net. And it'll be 3rd down and 4.5, 5. Tampa needs a 1st down. Timeout, Packers with 1:46 to play. So only a total of 10 seconds have come off this clock. And the Bucs have a 3rd down and medium. Because then if Rodgers can get the ball back with no timeouts and, over a minute left, probably has got a better shot than no timeouts, and no doubt has a better shot with no timeouts and little to no time left, under, a minute or even less to play. 3rd and 4. Tampa picks up a 1st down here. Game's over. Godwin in motion. Brady looking to throw. Brady, it's going to be incomplete. There's no penalty flag. Now a late flag comes in. That's an automatic 1st down. They're going to get Green Bay for a pass interference. And just like that, there's no penalties all goddamn game, but now on a crucial 3rd and 4 to clinch it. Start the Brady paid off the refs conspiracy. That's a good call, though. It was intended for Tyler Johnson. That's a good call. That was PI. But still, don't allow something like that to happen, especially when you throw a goddamn penalty flag the whole entire game. Yeah, that's a good call. So now with 1:41 to play, handoff from Brady. Green Bay can only stop it once more. They'll do it right now. It'll be 2nd down and 7. As Fournette just got the carry again. And you can hear the boos from the Packer fans. And more power to them. I get it. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's bullshit. And the NFL commissioner, Roger Goodell, is also in attendance. So, I mean, that's a good PI. To an extent, that's close. But they didn't throw a damn penalty flag. They threw 2 all game. But then, like I said, hopefully it doesn't come down to something like this. And, well, what do you know? It does. Like, come on, give me a break. How does that happen? When you have a hold right there and you don't throw that either. I mean, that's... If you're going to, call it both ways and call it down the middle. But that's a clear-cut hold. He's holding them, But, and I mean, I can understand if Rodgers and everyone associated with the Green Bay Packers is pissed off right now. And like I said, more power to him because now they don't have any timeouts. 2nd and 7. They're going to booth review on what, the previous 3-yard run? Or are they going to review the pass interference? Since when the hell can you review a penalty? Are they making rolls on the fly now in the NFC title game? But the refs sort of do make up for the PI 2 years ago in the NFC title game with the Rams and Saints. In which, and Rodgers is bitching to the refs right now. As he didn't get a call all game for a defensive pass interference, but then they throw it for Brady. I think they're looking at the time. Or 12 men on defense for Green Bay. Okay, yeah, 12 men on defense. That'll be a penalty. So now they're just going to review to see if Green Bay just dig the hole even deeper for him. Give Tampa Bay another 5-yard penalty. Be 2nd and short. But they didn't throw a PI flag 2 years ago, and that no-brainer. And then this is questionable, and then they throw it. Like, that's complete bullshit. It is. Yeah, it seems like the NFL is just making up rules on the fly now. Never ever have they reviewed something uh, other than targeting to see if it was a penalty or not. They're seeing to make sure that Green Bay didn't have 12 on defense, which they did, so it's going to be a penalty. But any other time in any other game, they wouldn't be doing this. But I get it; it's the NFC title game. You know, Super Bowl birth on the line. Oh, but wait, just a few minutes ago, you threw a penalty flag, on a pass interference that's questionable. That there was a hold, okay? But depending on what side you're looking at it from, and I'm not rooting for either of these teams. I picked the Packers and the Chiefs today, okay? But when you don't throw hardly any penalty flags at all today, and then you throw one there, like, come on. And these zebras are going to hear it now. So first down for Tampa Bay. A minute and a half to play. I mean, Brady can take a few knees, and this game's over now. And the Bucks are actually, the Packers are going to get a timeout back, so they can stop it once more. So they still very well can get the ball back, but Brady can take a few kneel downs, and the Bucks are going to get out of Dodge with a win and go back home. And for the most part, it looks like play in this year's Super Bowl in their very own home stadium, becoming the first ever NFL team, to do so. Fournette on the give. And the Packers call their third and final timeout. Second down and 6 to come for Tampa Bay with 1.5 to play. We've had 54 Super Bowls, 55 in 2 weeks, 25 different venues. However, no team has ever played in their home stadium for the Super Bowl. The host site, the home team, has never played in the host city's home stadium. 2nd and 6. Brady going to hand off to Fournette. And really, I mean, this just shows you how good Tom Brady is. If the Bucs do hold on and win this, and then they do win the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, he can win in New England for 20 years. And then 1 year removed, goes to Tampa Bay to finish 11-5, go on the road 3 straight weeks in the playoffs as a 5 seed, get back home for another home game, so to speak, becoming the first ever NFL team to play in their home stadium for a Super Bowl, and then they win that. Like, come on. And normally I, would never ever say that, if you know me. Tampa going to call their first timeout with 40 odd seconds to play, 3rd down and 5. So yeah, NFL schedule makers, if in fact Tampa Bay and Green Bay are going to meet again next year, give us this game in prime time on a Thursday or a Sunday night, if you will. I don't know by any means if they do meet next year. If anybody would, like to check on that for me, let me know. But if in fact Rodgers and Brady are both going to be in Green Bay and Tampa Bay for years to come, especially with age-wise how old these quarterbacks are, toss play on an end around near side on 3rd and 5, and the Bucs pick up a first down. That's Chris Godwin on the run. And the Buccaneers are going back to the Super Bowl for the first time since Super Bowl 37, in which they defeated the Oakland Raiders with a 31-26 win on the road against the Green Bay Packers here today. They're not even going to need to take a kneel down. They'll be going home to play in their home stadium for Super Bowl 55. And after a questionable call on a pass interference that threw the game for Green Bay, it was a clear-cut hold, though, it was. And the Buccaneers win Actually, they give him a timeout. 2 seconds, so Brady's going to take a knee. All right. So we're not over just yet. But this will do it. Tom Brady with the kneel down. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers win the NFC. They defeat the Green Bay Packers on the road in the NFC Championship game, 31-26. And the Buccaneers are going, once again, back to the Super Bowl for the first time, Super Bowl 37, in which John Gruden, the former Raider coach, who's now, of course, back with the Raiders, was traded the offseason prior to Tampa Bay. And the Bucs beat the Raiders in the Super Bowl. As Brady and Rodgers hug it out, the Bucs in Brady's first year with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this year in 2020 defeat the Green Bay Packers 31-26 and win the NFC Championship. And Tom Brady is going to be going to his NFL record 10th Super Bowl. As it seems like he's got somebody in the crowd he's pointing to, wants to come down. I don't know, friends or family by any means. Hugging it out with a fan from the crowd. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are your NFC champions. Still to come, coming up momentarily. Bills, Chiefs. The Buffalo Bills on the road. Another Week 6 rematch against the Kansas City Chiefs for the AFC Championship. The winner of that will play Tampa Bay in 2 weeks' time. Around kickoff now, officially in 2 weeks, for the Super Bowl, for Lombardi Trophy. As we sit at around, quarter after 20 after 6 right now on the East Coast here in the good old US of A. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Keep those chat questions and comments rolling. Get to them here in a second. We're going to stick with it from now until the end of the AFC title. So we got plenty of time on our hands the next 3.5 hours or so. Way too much time on our hands, as Sticks would say. But no, good game, very good game. Tampa never trailed. They never trailed. 31-26 winners. Brady in his first year with the Bucs in the NFC. In his 14th conference title game. Gets to his NFL record 10th Super Bowl now in 2 weeks. And they'll be playing that game in Tampa at Raymond James Stadium, the home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Just how things worked out this year. Don't be saying, okay, that they just announced after the Bucs won the Super Bowl is going to be in Tampa Bay. No. Tampa's been the host site for a few years now. Actually, they did switch with LA. I do believe LA was supposed to host Super Bowl this year, but they switched before last year's Super Bowl, if I'm mistaken, down in South Beach, Miami, Florida, as they air the commercial for the merch for the NFC champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers, as they'll be doing the same for either Buffalo or Kansas City in a few short hours as well. So stay tuned on seeing how that game plays out, of course. But Tampa got out to an early 7-0 lead. Green Bay tied it up, 14-7, 14-10. And we had a 21-10 ball game at the half because Rodgers threw a pick right before the half. And then right as halftime rolled around, Brady, even though he threw 3 interceptions today, hit Scotty Miller for a big touchdown. 28-10, Green Bay, 13 unanswered to cut it to 28-23, and then that questionable going for 2 that they didn't get. I would have kicked it, as I said then, because as it came down to it, Green Bay held Tampa to a field goal, 31-23, but then they needed a touchdown to tie it along with a 2-point. Touchdown and 2-point to tie it at 31 apiece. Had to settle for another field goal. Few too many times today, Green Bay got inside the red zone, goal to go, had to settle for field goals. Which, if those would have resulted in touchdowns, the outcome right now could be way different than what it ended up being at, a 5-point win for Tampa Bay, 31-26 once again. Which I might add, which I do believe was the final score Super Bowl 45 10 years ago, in which Aaron Rodgers, last time Green Bay and the Packers were in the Super Bowl, defeated the Pittsburgh Steelers by that exact score. Now, 10 years later, Rodgers and the Packers losing once again in the NFC title game. This time around to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, as they've lost since then after defeating Chicago, Seattle, Arizona, and now Tampa Bay. But along with San Francisco last year as well, as they in back-to-back years finish at 13-3, lose in the NFC title game, as they trailed by more than 10 plus points at the half of both games as well. Last year's was a bigger deficit, but they came back and made it a game. They were only down 5, 28-23, like I said, but that 2 point that should have been caught, would have made it 28-25. Needed field goal tie, which they got, if they would have held, but then they gave up another field goal. So you're looking at, maybe 31-25, 31-28, 31-26 as the final score was, but you need a touchdown and 2 to tie it, as you're down by 8, 31-23. Whereas if you would have kicked it earlier, you wouldn't have had to score and go for 2 then to tie it up 31 and finish the force overtime. But then, just as we witnessed 2 years ago down in New Orleans, the Rams and the Saints, there's a questionable pass interference. It was a no-brainer, and they didn't call it. Today, the refs, they let them play. 2 penalty flags the whole entire game until under 2 minutes to play. A questionable pass interference that went Tampa's way. You look at the replay, though, there was a little bit of defensive hold. And then Green Bay, really couldn't stop the clock anymore. They did have their 3 timeouts, called them all. Their defense in the first half couldn't get off the field, couldn't stop Brady and the Bucs offense. Played like absolute complete shit. But then in the second half, while they were coming back, the Green Bay defense started to play better. Okay, Brady threw 3 interceptions. Rodgers with the 1, total of 5 turnovers, if I'm not mistaken then, because Green Bay also had a fumble. From there, at that point, after, Green Bay's defense started playing well, their offense really couldn't do anything. Had suffered on the field goal, as mentioned. They got inside the red zone. How many times today has suffered field goals? Not going to cut it, especially in the NFC title game. Whether you're at home or not and have home field advantage, the Bucs went into Lambeau and defeated Aaron Rodgers and the Packers by a final score of 31-26 and win the 2020-2021 NFC Championship game against the Green Bay Packers. And they're on to Tampa Bay, their home, back to their home, to play the winner of the AFC title game with the Buffalo Bills and Kansas City Chiefs in 2 weeks' time for the Super Bowl. As the Buccaneers will celebrate on Green Bay's home turf. That has to be heartbreaking, very frustrating for Green Bay. Packer Nation, go Pack go all over. Especially with, as mentioned, once again, the season that they had. 2 back-to-back 13-3 campaigns, and they lose twice in the NFC title game. 3rd time's a charm maybe next year. Give me right now the Packers in the NFC Championship game next year. Whether it's home or away, though, they can't seem to win. So, the last time they won and got the Super Bowl was 10 years ago. They defeated the Bears and then defeated the Steelers. Last time they hosted the NFC title game, they lost to the Giants. So they lose the Bucs today. The Bucs are 3-0 this playoff run. 3 straight road wins, I might add, that only a few other teams in NFL history have done as well. They went to Washington, went to New Orleans, went to Green Bay. Win, win, win. They're going back home. They're going to play either Buffalo or Kansas City in 2 weeks for Super Bowl 55. As the Buccaneers celebrate. And the Bucs are, for the first time since Super Bowl 37, 18 years. That's how long I've been watching football. The first Super Bowl I remember watching was Super Bowl 37, the Buccaneers and Raiders. And I actually, a few years ago, re-predicted that. Of course, it didn't happen. But the Raiders, they beat the Chiefs. They split this year. Of course, Raiders didn't make the playoffs, got knocked out by the Dolphins. However, in the meantime, Tampa in at 11-5 as your 5 seed. 3 road wins in the playoffs. They're going back to the Super Bowl. Congrats to Bruce Arians, who deserves it more than anyone. As he's bounced around the league as assistant coach, head coach as well now. But Brady and the Bucs celebrate. Very well could get a rematch with Kansas City and Tampa Bay in 2 weeks if the Chiefs win here over the next few hours or so against Buffalo Bills. Just as they did earlier this season, as both the championship games today, Week 6 rematches. Tampa wins both. Kansas City won earlier this season. Can Kansas City win again and have, in both these rematches today, both teams win again? And then also, we saw Chiefs-Bucks in Tampa, a city Green Bay lost and won't be going back to this year because they lost today at home. But Kansas City went to Tampa Bay and gave the Bucs one of their 5 losses this year. Mahomes, Brady potentially, depending on what happens, of course, over on CBS coming up shortly. We'll get final stats and scores with Bucs Packers momentarily as Tampa continues to celebrate. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win it once again by a final score of 31-26 over the Green Bay Packers and advance to Super Bowl 55. So you're tired of Tom Brady? Well, get used to it. You're going to have to wait at least another 2 weeks for him to potentially win again or even lose in a Super Bowl once again. So going to be playing in his 10th Super Bowl, which is an NFL record. The first commercial following the Buccaneers celebration is State Farm with Patrick Mahomes and his ketchup and Aaron Rodgers asking for the Rodgers rate. Well, I wonder what Tampa Bay is going to get following the win against Rodgers and the Packers. Of course, other than the NFC Championship advancing the Super Bowl. I wonder if the Rodgers rate, they'd get that at a discounted rate, which already is at a discounted rate for that matter. Maybe 2% for the 2 that they went for and didn't get, 5% for the 5 that they lost by, or we'll say 12% because 12 just beat 12 and Brady over Rodgers. But that's just funny. That was the first commercial they ran following the celebration with Tampa Bay winning against Green Bay. So in the meantime, I suppose, we should turn on CBS as it is 6:30. And we'll say goodbye to Fox for the year with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. We'll turn on CBS now for the AFC Championship game. Nice aerial shot of Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri, not Kansas City, Kansas. And the Buffalo Bills and Kansas City Chiefs are now set to do battle, with the winner going to Tampa Bay to take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not because that's where Tampa Bay plays, it's because the Buccaneers just won the NFC. 2 weeks from now, Sunday, February the 7th, as the times have now lined up as well, as the Chiefs take the field. The winner of this will take on Brady and the Bucs on CBS. Super Bowl 55. And what, of course, would be a rematch, as mentioned, from the Sunday after Thanksgiving, Kansas City and Tampa Bay on CBS. So, hello, friends. Jim Nance, Tony Romo, Tracy Wolfson on the call for CBS. Bills, Chiefs. This game was Week 6 as well, mid-October. It was a Thursday night matchup, rescheduled to a Monday at 5 in Buffalo in the rain. Kansas City ran the ball to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who's back today. Look for the Chiefs to run the football a lot with him and Williams along with Le'Veon Bell today against the backfield Buffalo has as well. And we'll get more into the players momentarily, but there's Patrick Mahomes warming up. He was in concussion protocol this past week, got banged up last week at home against the Browns. As the Chiefs today host the AFC title game for the third straight year. They defeated Cleveland last week by 5. However, the Bills in the playoffs for the third straight year. Won 2 weeks ago against the Colts. Won last week as well against the Ravens. First AFC Championship game, however, for the Buffalo Bills since the 1993 season. There's Josh Allen, the prodigal son of upstate Western New York in Orchard Park for the Buffalo Bills. The Bills on the road in Kansas City, just as in the Week 6 rematch with Tampa Bay and Green Bay. The Packers went to Tampa, okay? Tampa returned the favor on the road. However, the Bucs won both games. The Chiefs went to Buffalo. See if the Chiefs can come back home and stand their turf here at home against Buffalo as well or not. Stephon Diggs, go-to number 1 receiver for Josh Allen. There is fans in the stands in Kansas City as well. Field looks excellent. I don't know if they put down new turf or what. But compared to how Arrowhead normally looks this time of year, as we'll have the national anthem. So Colin Kaepernick, stand the hell up. But, and this will be a national anthem via electric guitar. And as mentioned, with Mahomes in at quarterback, anything is possible. Chad Henne backing him up, the Michigan grad. Honestly, Michigan's last good quarterback, following Tom Brady, because Henne played after Brady in Ann Arbor, Big House. There's Big Red Andy Reid. What a game that would be. Andy Reid and Bruce Arians for the Super Bowl, Chiefs, Bucks. But he's getting Clyde Edwards-Helaire back. And, you know, Clyde used to play electric bass, electric guitar, national anthem. Look for Kansas City to really, really run the football today with the rookie at LSU, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who's been banged up for the most part all season long, but he had almost 200 rushing yards against these Buffalo Bills on the road in the rain. So if they can win and run the ball as they did on the road, you know, back in mid-October, you would think you'd expect them to be, you know, be able to do the same here today as well. But then they also signed Le'Veon Bell mid-season after he was cut by the Jets, who did not get the number 1 pick. Urban Meyer, now the new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, they have the number 1 overall pick. Fireworks with a pyro. We got a flyover as well for the AFC Championship game here tonight. But Darrell Williams as well stepping up for Damian Williams, who opted out. But then, as the Chiefs are already out on the field, the Bills stayed in the locker room, so the Bills are going to take the field now. Bills, Chiefs about to kick off for the AFC title coming up. But Tyreek Hill, Mecole Hardman, Watkins should be good to go, I think, too, today. Everybody's hurt. You know, everybody is. So everybody should play, you'd think. Especially in a game of this magnitude. But Robinson, Byron Pringle has been playing decently well for Kansas City as of late when needed as well. But Travis Kelce at tight end, arguably, other than George Aaron Kittle himself, and Gronk and, you know, a few other tight ends. I mean, Greg Olsen just retired earlier today, but Buffalo's got a few good tight ends as well, with Croft and Dawson Knox. But check down from Mahomes. If he's under pressure, he's going to get it to Kelce 9 times out of 10. So look for Travis Kelce to potentially have a big game. But then you go to Buffalo, okay? Offensive side of the ball for them. Because really, I mean, still, what defense is going to bend doesn't break? Both these offenses, I said earlier, and I'm sticking with it. I'll stick by it. Honestly, I do believe whatever offense, hell, even defense or special teams as well, overall as a team, whoever makes the most explosive plays in this game coming up is going to win. We saw that a little bit earlier. And we'll get to the stats for Bucs Packers momentarily with kickoff coming up now with Buffalo and Kansas City. Once again, nice arrow shot of Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. as the Chiefs are hosting the AFC title game for the third straight year. Honestly, should be going back if they'd win tonight, their third straight Super Bowl. However, they lost to the Patriots in overtime 2 years ago. You know, we could see Mahomes and Brady, as mentioned once again. As we got the coin toss, and as we saw the old farts earlier, Brady and Rodgers. We got the youngsters now, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Okay, so Tracy Wolfson going to cover the Chiefs. Evan Washburn going to be covering the Bills, looks like. But two future faces of the NFL quarterbacking both these teams this afternoon. So they're not even worried about Mahomes and his concussion he had. I don't even think it was a concussion, honestly. He got sort of taken down very awkwardly last week. Sort of in a headlock, clotheslined, if you will. They're worried about his toe. He's got a toe insert, a shoe toe insert, they say, in his foot. So now Evan Washburn covering the Bills. But yeah, since Buffalo lost to the Chiefs back week 6, they're 11-1. Arguably best team in the NFL since then. Yeah. And I'm not going to be shocked if this game comes down the wire either. With as good as both these teams are. But, you know, remember, this game was a week 6 rematch as well, from a Thursday night rescheduled to a Monday because the Bills played the previous Tuesday on the road against the Titans. Because of all the COVID situations we had this past regular season in the NFL. We have not missed a game, though. And now, the next to last NFL game of the season is underway as Harrison Butker kicks off for the Kansas City Chiefs as the Bills are back deep to receive. We'll have ourselves a touchback, 1st and 10 Bills from the 25-yard line. Left to right across your television screen, radio and audio dials. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play-by-play live right here on YouTube of NFL Playoff Championship Sunday. Now following the NFC Championship game with the Buccaneers defeating the Packers 31-26. We've got the AFC Championship game now underway with the Buffalo Bills and Kansas City Chiefs. Touchback, 1st and 10. Here comes Josh Allen and the boys. Weather not really a factor in this game either. Records since these two teams last played each other. Both are, in fact, 11-1. As the Chiefs lost to the Chargers, Week 17, Mahomes got an extra rest for the playoffs as Allen hands off. Devin Singletary taking over as the lead back following Zach Moss's injury. They also got TJ Yeldon, Tywan Jones, but then Allen, he's going to be slinging it. Both these quarterbacks are going to be slinging it, just as we saw Brady and Rodgers do so earlier. Crowd very, very loud already here. 2nd and 9, and Allen looking to throw. It's going to be caught. And that's Cole Beasley, the former Cowboy, for our first down. He's got Diggs. He's got John Brown. He's got Cole Beasley, among some others, and Isaiah McKenzie and Gabe Davis as well. And then, as mentioned, both teams with some good tight ends as well. So something's got to give in this game, too, especially with all 4 teams today. You would hope laying it out on the line, you know, potentially the final game of the season, unless you win. But because it's win or go home. You win, you get to the Super Bowl. And the Bills, as we got some pushing and shoving, it's getting chippy here early on. The Bills are in the first AFC title game since 1993. Jim Kelly to Josh Allen. Long 25 years for Buffalo. The Chiefs won their first Super Bowl in 50 years last year. However, Tom Brady going back once again. However, this time with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I wonder what New England Patriot fans think right now with Brady and Bucs winning the NFC title. They'll be probably rooting for whoever the hell wins this game. And if they have to root for Buffalo, I mean, you might as well just lay over and die if I'm a Patriot fan at that point. 3rd and 7, following the incompletion. But that Monday night game with these two teams, I sat here, remember, watching, calling that game. Very odd seeing a 5 o'clock kick on a Monday afternoon in the NFL for Monday Night Football, followed by Cardinals Cowboys, in which Arizona blew out the boys on the road later on that night. Rain, 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 upstate Western New York in Orchard Park for Bills Chiefs. Close game in the first half and halftime, but in the second half, the Chiefs got out to an early second half lead, just continued to run the football. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, almost 200 rushing yards by himself. They had over 200 total as a team. As the pass on 3rd and 7 was complete to Stephon Diggs, he reaches for the first down marker. He didn't get that. His foot was out before the ball crossed the imaginary yellow line there. They say short. It'll be 4th and 1 for Buffalo. As there's Sean McDermott, a prodigal son of Andy Reid, if you will, former assistant of his in Philadelphia with the Eagles. 4th and 1, Josh Allen going to fake the give, pass complete to the tight end. That's Dawson Knox. First down, Buffalo. So just as Andy Reid led the Eagles to 3 straight home NFC Championship games, he's now led the Chiefs to 3 straight home AFC Championship games, making history. 1st and 10 as Josh Allen keeps drive alive on a play-action pass on 4th and yard. 12:20 to play here in this opening quarter. They really cut that grass this past week, it looks like, because you can tell they redid the middle of the field with the hash marks from goal line to goal line before last week's game, because of course that's for the most part where the game is played at, in the middle of the field. I don't know if they dyed it by any means or not, but I mean, or if they had very, very good weather this past week in Kansas City. I know they had some rain overnight, just as Green Bay had snow, but perfect weather conditions for the game. 2nd and 3, Allen gonna fake the give, looking to throw deep, rolling out near side, just gonna throw it in the ground, incomplete. Maybe intentional grounding. Was there anybody there? 3rd down and 3 following the incompletion. And with the officials earlier, they let him play. We'll see how the Zebras call this game, but hopefully, as mentioned, they don't, throw it late like they did earlier. There are Bill fans in attendance on the road in Kansas City. However, if Buffalo does get to the Super Bowl, will it be the 4 falls of Buffalo again, losing 4 in a row? 3rd and 3. Allen fakes the give. It's going to be intercepted, picked off the 15-yard line by the Kansas City Chiefs, and then they roll it incomplete late. As the refs come in, they say incomplete. Well, maybe it's an interception and then a fumble. The Chiefs would have recovered. But they say incomplete, roll it incomplete. 4th down and 3. 10 for Beasley. That is a catch. And then the ball comes out late. Yeah, so that's going to be incomplete. And Buffalo's going to have to settle for a field goal here on their opening drive. That's a good call. So this would be from 33, about 50, 51. Watch for a fake maybe on 4th and short. I mean, you'd be given, especially on the road, Kansas City all the momentum. Kick from 51, going to be up and good. The Bills take an early 3-0 lead on the road against the Kansas City Chiefs in tonight's AFC Championship game. As if Cashmere by Led Zeppelin doesn't get you pumped up, I don't know what does. 11:27 to play in this opening quarter. Chiefs going to get the football down 3 when we return. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The winner of this will take on Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Tampa. Halftime of that, of course, Pepsi halftime show. As we see the commercial we've been seeing the past few weeks or so. Are you ready for the Pepsi halftime show for Super Bowl 55. The weekend, gonna close out the weekend in 2 weeks' time for the Super Bowl to cap off the NFL season. See how that goes, but
With Verizon, you get so much more than just a great network.
hopefully this game, honestly, hopefully this game will be as good, if not better, than the earlier game. We saw 5 turnovers, like almost 5 or 6 total sacks, if I'm mistaken. I think 6, maybe 7, because Rodgers was sacked 5 times. Brady only once early in the first half. But Green Bay got down early, and they just couldn't get out of the hole here. And they couldn't stop Brady. And then the Bucs are going back to the Super Bowl for the first time in 18 years. Let's see if I can find any merch or anything from that, because that was, as mentioned, like the first year I watched football, the first Super Bowl I remember watching. I know I have a cup. I don't know if I've ever showed it off on here or not. I know where that's at. I'm trying to think if I have any for Tampa Bay. Now, if the Chiefs do get back to the Super Bowl for the second time in as many years against the Buccaneers, who they already defeated this year, I'll be picking the Chiefs. The Bills get there, that's going to be a tough one. And it's going to be a little hard to pick against Buffalo, but then it's going to be a little hard to pick against Brady and the Bucs as well. Especially all of the hard years Buffalo's gone through. But if the Bills, win today and they get the Super Bowl, well, guess who's going to be on the other side for Tampa Bay at quarterback? Tom Brady. Somebody who they very well can beat with the Buccaneers, but they could only beat them a few times with the Patriots. The arch nemesis is back, so to speak, if the Bills do get the Super Bowl, because they'd still have to take on Brady. Brady's gone. He's out of the AFC. He's out of the AFC East. Oh, well, the Bills get the Super Bowl, and guess who you're taking on? Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll see what happens, but 1st and 10, Chiefs following a very, very good return. Mahomes, his right arm, it looks like he's wearing a brace on that shoulder, as he sort of got clotheslined on the takedown last week, put in a headlock, and then they said it was a concussion, and I don't even think it really was, but now it's a toe injury for him. 1st and 10, and Mahomes complete the 87 Travis Kelce for 2, maybe 3 yards. 2nd down. 2nd and 8, officially. Actually, they only gave him a yard. 2nd and 9 from the 36. So good return on the kickoff, but only a yard on that play. And Mahomes out of the gun. Got a handoff. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, the rookie out of LSU, former teammate of Joe Burrows, who was the number 1 overall pick this past year in the draft. Clyde was 32 to Kansas City to close out the first round. This year's NFL draft is going to be April the 29th in Cleveland. So, if in fact by then, things get back to normal and, the draft's the draft as we know it, the draft will be rocking, and Mahomes incomplete, intended for Tyreek Hill. Be 4th down, and Kansas City just like that, a very, very quick 3 and out. No, Rock and Roll USA will be rocking for the draft if, in fact, as mentioned, we do get back to normal by that point in time. But we'll get there when we get there, because we still got, the rest of this game we played out. The Pro Bowl celebration next week. The game's been canceled. We got one more college football game next weekend as well, the Senior Bowl. Super Bowl in 2 weeks. Kansas City, big hit on the punt as Andre Roberts fielded the punt and was brought down right away. 3-0 Bills with 9:58 to play in this opening quarter. as they kick three on their opening drive. Quick 3-and-out then by the Chiefs on their opening drive. Bills getting back when we return. But the Super Bowl in 2 weeks' time in Tampa with the Bucs. They should be the home team, you would think, playing in their home stadium, but we'll see what happens with all that on who's technically going to be the designated home away team. But then no combine, as mentioned earlier. Workouts going to be taking place at Pro Days, and then NFL New League year on St. Patty's Day, mid-March on the 17th, and then free agency, draft, then the, as they always are, the long dreaded dog days of summer, if you will, and then we'll be on training camp, preseason, regular season. But we'll get more into all that, later on. But we'll see what Buffalo can do on their next drive here, up 3-0 on the road against the Kansas City Chiefs. But they're going to have to stop the run today. Kansas City, most part, too. Same regard there. But then, like I said, whoever, in my opinion, makes the most explosive plays is going to win this game today. But then, really, as it always does, what defense is going to bend with break? I have the Chiefs winning this, but I had the Packers earlier, and they lost. So the Bucs are in. Who else is going to get in between Buffalo and Kansas City? We'll find out when this game does, in fact, go final. As always, coming up with the half and post-game stats and scores. Stick around, and be sure to like, follow, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Links in the description below. Well, thank you for one. Good commentary. Thank you for the respect. Do I ever see a London NFL team happening? No. And I'll tell you why. Whoever would go to London, okay, it's been the Jags for the most part. Now they got Urban Meyer, all right? He'll turn that franchise around, no doubt about it. Give him time, okay? He's a team builder. He's going to win. It's a matter of when. I'm not saying they're going to win next year and make the playoffs and go to the Super Bowl by any means. But, okay, the Jags are the NFL team that has, for the most part, played in London the most out of anybody. As the Packers are the only team that I do believe that have never played in London. But home games, 8 home games for the Jags, you'd have teams going over there from September to December for the regular season. And then what if the Jags make the playoffs? You have a playoff game for the NFL in London, for God's sakes? No. When all 32 teams are in the U.S., there's no way in hell that ever happens. And that's why they do it, 2-3 weekends out of the year with as many games, if not maybe 4 or 5. So to answer your question, no, unfortunately, I don't see that happening. Now, if you are from London, let me know what your favorite team is. Along with, honestly, do you expect, or do you ever see a NFL team moving to London? So, 2nd and 10 from the 15, as they show some flashback images there of the last time the Bills were in the AFC title game, 1993, against guess who? The Kansas City Chiefs, and they defeated the Chiefs at home 30-13. So almost 30 years later, voila, history repeating itself. Devin Singletary on the run, and 7 yards for him to the 21. 3rd down and 3. Allen out of the gun, empty set. Keep those chat questions and comments rolling. Always greatly appreciated. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Allen gonna pick up a 1st down with his legs, slides at the 42, 1st down Bills. Aaron Rodgers could have done that from 10 yards out and scored a potential game-tying touchdown earlier, but did not. And that's the thing with Allen. He's as big as he is at 6'5", almost 250. Like, he's this young generation's Big Ben Roethlisberger in my eyes. Especially when Ben was as young as he was, throwing and running. And Allen in his 3rd year, Ben, in his second year, went to the Super Bowl and won. And of course, Roethlisberger's got a decision to make on whether he's going to retire or not. I just saw the Marquise Pouncey, from what I've seen at least, has told his teammates he's retiring, so Pittsburgh going to be down a center. We'll see if they address that for agency or draft, maybe. But it was 3rd and 3. No one open. Josh Allen scrambling in the backfield. Hey, I'm just going to tuck and run, and almost got 15 yards, if not more, I do believe, on that run. And now play later, 2nd and 8. Allen looking to throw. He's going to be brought down, a sack back at the 20-yard line. So just as he picked up all those yards on 3rd and 3 on the ground, he's going to lose them all back on a big Kansas City Chiefs sack. See where they spot the ball. They'll give him forward progress to at the 22-yard line at the max, I think, because he was still running around. He's probably going to be brought down at the 20, if not even further in than that. But it'll be 3rd and a mile here for Buffalo, and they're probably going to punt. 3rd and 23. So a 15-yard sack. Out of the guns, Josh Allen with Singletary to his right. Devin Singletary, not Iron Mike Singletary. Trips near side out of the gun from 26. Allen pump fakes. Gonna escape the sack. He's just gonna tuck and run again. He gets back to the original line of scrimmage. So it'll be 4th and 10, and the Bills are gonna punt. So a 3-minute drive gonna result in a 3-and-out basically, as the Bills still lead by 3-0, but they're gonna have to punt again. Craziest stat now is Brady has more playoff wins versus NFC teams than Wilson, Aikman, and Warner, and has been to as many as McNabb and Staubach, and is one behind Rodgers. 3 road wins, and now hosting a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay. Muffed punt. Bills recover at the 2. It'll be 1st and goal Buffalo as Kansas City makes a mistake. Arguably their biggest mistake all season long. I have to look into that stat. That's an interesting comment with the stat. Muffed punt, Mecole Hardman, and then Buffalo's right there to recover. Actually got into the end zone, but they're going to mark them down, it looks like, 1st and goal. Now, if Buffalo doesn't score off of this with a touchdown, take an early 10-point lead, there's something wrong. Josh Allen was on the sideline, sitting there, didn't even take his helmet off, though. He's back out on the field. And Mecole Hardman just does what we've all done during COVID. Just sit the hell down and cover up and wait to die. 1st and goal from the 3. TJ Yeldon, the former Alabama star and Jacksonville Jaguar, in the backfield. Trips in a bunch near side. Out of the gun is Josh Allen. Fake the give, and then complete touchdown Buffalo. Dawson Knox for 6, and the Bills take an early 9-0 road lead against Kansas City Chiefs. But hey, this is nothing new for the Chiefs at home in the playoffs. Last year they were down in the divisional round against the Texans. They're also down against the Titans in the AFC title game as well. Came back and won both games. They were even down in the Super Bowl against 49ers. Came back and won that as well. So, still a football left. But they trail by 9, and just relax. Take one out of Rodgers' playbook and get a win for State Farm. Why don't you, Patrick Mahomes? And the extra point going to be up and good. Actually, it doinks off the right upright. And it's no good. Buffalo 9-0. Bills lead 9-0 on the road against the Chiefs. As the extra point was no good. Doinked off the right upright, no good. 9-0 Bills following the muffed punt turnover with 6:14 to play in this opening quarter. So yeah, let's check into this this stat that I just saw a moment ago. Um, Craziest stat is now Brady has more playoff wins versus NFC teams than Wilson, Aikman, and Warner. Wilson, like from Castaway? Who the hell is Wilson? Russell Wilson. Okay. Duh. Brain fart. No. Well, I wasn't thinking Russell Wilson. Troy Aikman and Kurt Warner. All right. And then has as many as McNabb and Roger Staubach, and is one behind Rodgers because he has 3 playoff wins as a Buccaneer after winning as many playoff games as he did in New England. He's 3-0 in the playoffs with the Bucs. 4th time, potentially a charm in 2 weeks for the Super Bowl. We'll see. They'll await the winner of this game. Okay, so Brady has more playoff wins versus NFC teams. And Russell Wilson, Troy Aikman, and Kurt Warner. Or playoff wins total. Okay, that's what was throwing me off. That's what was throwing me off. Well, yeah, no shit, because Russell Wilson, Troy Aikman, and Kurt Warner have all played in the NFC. And Brady is, as long as he's been doing it, he has as many wins as he had in New England in the playoffs, so now 3 in Tampa Bay. McNabb and Roger Staubach, even after Super Bowl wins for a few of those. So what's the total? You leave the total out. What's the total if you're still listening? That's interesting. But that's a stat from the first game. We'll see what we get later. That's, of course, from the Peanut Gallery. Thank you for tuning in and watching. But Brady has more playoff wins now versus NFC teams than 3 Hall of Famers, 1 who's going to be in, and 1 that probably should be in. So, kickoff return by the Chiefs, returned out at the 20-yard line. But yeah, Brady now more playoff wins than those few quarterbacks versus NFC teams in his first year in the NFC, I might add too. So that's what makes it even crazier. I get that. That's a good one. You got anything else? If you do, let me know. From the 21st and 10. Because for the most part, while I'm live streaming, I don't see some of these stat lines, along in that regard until, after the game, until live streams ended. Of course, gearing up then for the next week, which we'll do. And we'll have Super Bowl 5 live reactions, live air on YouTube in 2 weeks, so be sure to tune back in. Also, keep an eye out for WWE Royal Rumble predictions and a WWE Royal Rumble live reaction stream next Sunday night as well. 2nd and 1 from the 30 for the Kansas City Chiefs. And Mahomes going to fake the give to Hill on the end round. Complete. And that went to Hardman. He held on to the football this time. No muff punt, so Kansas City with a first down. They'll move the sticks with 5:15 to play. So, do I agree with the pass interference call late in the Packer game? Well, what gets me is they threw 2 penalty flags the whole entire game. And then they, throw that and cost Green Bay a chance of getting the football back. Not knowing, if they'd score or not. That's what gets me, because I said it all game long. Hopefully it doesn't turn out like that, and then it did. But it was a clear-cut hold. And they, even though they let him play, as I always say, if it's a penalty, call it. If not, don't. And you saw a little bit of a hold there. So, to an extent, yes, but also no. If that even makes any sense because of the circumstances of with what I said and just how the game went, because they threw 2 penalty flags the whole entire game, and then they do that. It's the same thing as 2 years ago with the pass interference no call with the Rams and Saints is all it was. So we'll see what happens, but that's why I said you can start the conspiracy of Brady paid off the refs, and the refs are still on his side regardless of if he's in New England or Tampa Bay now. So 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 41-yard line. Kelsey incomplete, 10 for him. That's a drop. Way too many drop passes today. Way too many missed tackles as well. And then with the penalties, if it's a penalty, throw the flag. If not, let them play. And they let them play, but then they did what they did late, and I'll leave it at that. So we'll see what happens in this game. Hopefully, it won't be by any means close in that regard tonight as it was earlier, but hopefully this game's as good, if not better, than the game earlier. And we saw a shootout. And with the Buffalo Bills having an early 9-0 lead, Patrick Mahomes over the middle completed Tyreek Hill, picking another first down. Trying to come from behind already. After an early 3-0 deficit, they punt. And then they force the Bills to punt, and then a muff punt, and then the Bills score a touchdown, and then they miss the extra point. So that's why we stand at 9-0 right now. 1st and 10, Kansas City, though, with 3:25 to play in this opening quarter. Mahomes out of the gun, empty set. Hill in motion. Fake the give on the end around. Pump fake. And Mahomes complete to Kelsey, 31, first down. KC. Yeah, I do believe the Chiefs are going to come back, too. Like I said, it's still early, a lot of football left. Thing is, like I said just a minute ago, regardless if they're down or up in the playoffs, they did it 3 times in the playoffs last year, down by 14 plus or more against the Texans, Titans, and 49ers, and they won all 3 games and won the Super Bowl. So, and 2 of those 3 were at home. The other was in Florida, a state they'll go back to if they win today, just up the road in Tampa, though, taking on the home team in Tampa Bay, as the Buccaneers became the first team ever in NFL history to get to the Super Bowl in their home stadium and play in that very Super Bowl. So 2nd and 11 after a loss of 1. There's Eric Bieniemy, who's been in the news as of late for not getting, as of yet at least, a head coaching opportunity in the National Football League. 2 years in a row, even though the Texans' job is still open. I'd said when they fired O'Brien back in September, October, for God's sakes, that he should be the number 1 candidate. Well, they didn't even interview him until they got flack for it, as the Texans have turned in, whether or not, the players are there right now, which they are, but they're not because of some moves recently, and then they fired O'Brien after starting at 0-4, which I thought they probably should have gave him a few more games at least to try to get back on track. But Houston right now, the Texans are a complete dumpster fire, for God's sakes. Like, I wouldn't want that job. I was an assistant coach for, and this is as of right now, I wouldn't want that job if I was an assistant coach in the NFL for 50 years and I was on my goddamn deathbed, for God's sakes, and I've never been a head coach. I would not want that job, because if I did take it, I'd fucking die in 2 seconds. 4th and 1. My point is, like, a story like that, okay, just as a reference, using that as an example, yeah, it's going to kill you. Like, Houston has to get it right, but who really wants that job?
You're right, and that's great effort. Buffalo
Now, if Benenemy gets it, I mean, Watson even said today now, though, too, regardless of who they bring in as head coach, he's not going to be there. He wants out. So where's he going to be traded to? That's the big question. I think he'd be stupid not to, you know, wait and see if they do hire Benenemy, and then the Texans turn into what the Chiefs have been. And, you know, try to get back on track at least. But we'll get more into all the other NFL news and discussion at a later date. Right now, AFC Championship game. Bills lead 9-0. 4th and 1 for Kansas City. Out of the pistol. Mahomes complete to Darrell Williams out of the backfield. First down, Chiefs at the 15-yard line. With a minute to play here in this opening quarter. So yeah, we'll get more into everything else going on a little bit later on down the road. But that's why, as always, you just got to make sure you have already liked, followed, and subscribed on social media. Links, as always, in the description below, so be sure to go check them out. Out of the gun from the 14. Pump fake. Mahomes complete to Tyreek Hill at the 6. It'll be 2nd and 2. We'll see if they snap another play or not for the end of the first quarter here as the final 22 seconds tick off. Or if they're going to wait and switch ends and try to punch it in here and cut the lead to, well, the extra point's not a given, either 2 or 3. That'll do it, though, for the first quarter. The Chiefs are walking off the field. They'll have a 2nd and 2 to begin the second quarter. Down, trailing at home against Buffalo Bills by a score of 9-0. In the meantime, we're going to check out some final stats and scores from the NFC Championship game from earlier with the Buccaneers and Packers. So final stats and scores now with Tampa Bay winning 31-26 over Green Bay. In a losing effort, okay? Aaron Rodgers, he finished 33 of 48 for 346, 3 touchdowns and interception. However, he was sacked 5 times. They had no running game whatsoever. Aaron Jones, after that early second half fumble, injured, did not return. He finished 6 carries, 27 yards rushing. Jamal Williams had 7 carries for 23 yards rushing as well. And then A.J. Dillon came in the second half with 3 carries for 17 yards rushing as well. Green Bay receiving, Marquez Valdez-Scantling led the way, had 4 catches for $115 and a touchdown. Devontae Adams also had 9 catches for 67 yards and a score. Big Bob Robert Tonyan, 4 catches for 22 yards as well, and a touchdown. So those are the 3 Aaron Rodgers passing touchdowns. Very well could have a rushing touchdown as well, but decided to throw it, fell incomplete. It's over a field goal. That was your final points of the game and on the season, losing by 5, 31-26 against the Buccaneers. Alex the Lizard Lazard had 3 catches for 62 yards as well. Mercedes Lewis, 328. Williams out of the backfield, 422. And then A.J. Dillon also had a catch for 13 yards. St. Brown, 1 of 10, dropped the 2-point attempt as well. And then Aaron Jones had 4 catches for 7 yards receiving. Mason Crosby, 2 of 2 on field goals. Ryan Suppick was 1 of 1 on field goals. However, Tom Brady getting to the Super Bowl with the NFC for the first time ever. First year in Tampa Bay, leading the Bucs to the NFC crown. 20 of 36 for 280 on the road with 3 touchdowns along with 3 interceptions. Sacked once. I mean, both teams capitalized and scored off turnovers, so I'm not going to get into that. Total of 5 turnovers, 6 sacks. Leonard Fournette had 12 carries for 55 yards rushing and a touchdown. Jones, 10 of 16 on the ground. Chris Godwin had a carry for 6 yards to close out the game. And then Godwin also had 5 catches for $110. Mike Evans, 3 catches, 51 yards receiving a score. Scotty Miller, 2 of 36 in the touchdown. Didn't do a damn thing in the second half, but scored that touchdown just prior to halftime. Gronk, only 1 catch for 29 yards. Cameron Brate, 3 catches for 19 yards and a touchdown as well. Fournette, 5 of 19, and then Tyler Johnson, the rookie out of Minnesota, 1 catch for 16 yards for him. So far in this game, Bills-Chiefs, it's 9-0 Bills as we begin the second quarter. It'll be goal to go for the Kansas City Chiefs, first and goal from the 4-yard line. Josh Allen is 5 of 9 passing for 41 yards and a touchdown. He also has 2 carries for 32 yards rushing on the ground, whereas Devin Singletary 4 carries for 13 yards. First and goal, Mahomes incomplete, intended for Kelsey. It'll be second goal now from the 3. Cole Beasley, a catch for 17 yards. Dawson Knox, 2 catches, 11 yards, and that Josh Allen passing touchdown. TJ Yeldon carried for 7 yards. Stephon Diggs, TJ Yeldon, a catch for 7 yards, and then Diggs a catch for 6 yards as well. And then we'll wait with what happens here with the Kansas City Chiefs to get into their stats for this first quarter and almost a half as we begin the second quarter here. Second goal from the 3. Kelsey in motion. Complete. Touchdown, Mecole Hardman. He makes up for the muff punt. Touchdown, Chiefs. As they cut it to 3, pending the extra point to make it a 2-point lead for Buffalo, following their missed extra point. Kicks aren't a given anymore, so right now it's 9-6. Is there another team off into the distance that has 9 points as well? If you total that up, and let me know in the comments, I'll give you a free subscription right here on YouTube. Extra point, Harrison Butker up and good. Or awaiting the extra point, excuse me. Don't want to jinx them. But the kick is still up and good. So 9-7. 9-7. The Bills, for the first time in almost 97 years, are back in the AFC title game now since 1993, so almost 30 years. But they lead on the road by 2, 9-7, because of a missed extra point on their end. We'll see if that comes back and bites them by any means or not later on. But the Chiefs get on the board with a Patrick Mahomes passing touchdown to Mecole Hardman. So, Patrick Mahomes in this first half, as we just began the second quarter, he's 11 of 15 for 83 yards passing and a touchdown. That passing touchdown, of course, just went to Mecole Hardman, making up for that muff punt that resulted in a Bill touchdown. So they capitalized off the fumble, off the turnover. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 2 rushes for 3 yards. Travis Kelce already has 5 catches for 46 yards receiving. Tyreek Hill, 2 catches for 19 yards. Pringle, 1 of 11. Williams, 1 of 9. Hardman, 2 of 4 in a score. Clyde was targeted once, but no catch for him. So 9-7 is where we stand with the Bills and Chiefs. And the winner of this game, of course, yes, will go to the Super Bowl to take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that's where we stand. As always, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL playoffs. Hashtag Buccaneers, hashtag Packers from earlier. Make sure we get that in, of course. But then also now hashtag Bills, hashtag Chiefs. Keep the chat questions and comments rolling. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. And as mentioned, hopefully you'll tune in next Sunday as well for the WWE Royal Rumble. And then in 2 weeks, Super Bowl 55, Super Bowl LV, Roman numerals, Super Bowl 55 with the Buccaneers and the winner of this game right now.
You are a woman with a reputation for hunting monsters. Still on that reputation. Mrs. Douglas, can you sleep? Or do monks wake you up?
Kansas City
Kansas City, here it comes. The Chiefs just got me a start me up, and they're on the board with 7. Trail by 2 though, as the Bills get the ball back with a touchback, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line, 14-16 to play in this first half. 9-7 Bills. They're going to need to start me up too, if they're going to want to continue to keep this lead, especially on the road in the playoffs. We saw earlier the Bucs never trailed on the road. So, for the most part, so far, same goes for the Bills. From 25. And screen complete by Devin Singletary, excuse me. And he's going to get 3 yards or so on that. 2nd down. UFC 257 continuing from last night. We got some punches being thrown here early on to get chippy. 2nd and 8. Josh Allen complete. And that's Stephon Diggs near side. And then a big suplex takedown. Be 3rd down. We'll see where they spot the football. Now a late flag comes in. 13-33, excuse me, play in this first half. I do believe our first penalty flag in this game. So it took us all the way to the 3rd quarter earlier to get a penalty flag. Now we got a personal foul on the Chief defense for a unnecessary roughness tackle. Automatic 1st down for the Bills. I mean, that's okay. That's the thing with penalties. If it's a clear-cut penalty, call it. If not, don't let them play. They let them play earlier, and then they blew that late. But yeah, that is just, that's not needed. That's unexcusable. That doesn't deserve to be in the game, especially as late as it happened after the play. Like, come on. I understand why they threw that penalty flag. Like, you can't do that and expect to get away with it. Like, come on now. 1st and 10. From the 48, Allen in the gun. Trips near side, but Davis in motion. And handoff to Singletary. That was actually out of a pistol rather than a shotgun, but in terms of guns, football reference for the formation, the next smallest below the shotgun is the pistol. And then it's, out of the eye and the single back and all that. Not going to get into that by any means, and it's dropped. That's a catch. Come on, you had 5 yards in front of you too for a 1st down. Pass incomplete. Be 3rd down and 7. It was a 10 for Singletary out of the back foot on the screen. Allen just lobbed it up for him and he dropped it. You got to catch that, dude. Come on. Took his eyes off it. You can tell he took his eyes off it on the replay there. 3rd down and 7. Josh Allen looking to throw. He's being pressured. He's going to go down on the sack. He gets rid of it late. But are they going to roll him down already? Okay, they roll it incomplete. 4th down and 7 for the Buffalo Bills, and the Bills are on the punt again. So just like that, I mean, Chiefs really don't care. Okay, give a field goal, give a muff punt, touchdown a couple plays later. We score a touchdown on our own. Now we got a flag with intentional grounding on Josh Allen. Spot foul, it's a loss of down. So if it's a loss of down from 3rd down, yeah, even with the incompletion, it's 4th down. But then that should be a turnover. Now, if it was 2nd down, it should turn into 4th down, is my gist. The intentional grounding rule is one of the most stupid in all football. With the loss of down. Because if it's a loss of down, you should lose the next play. Not lose the down that you just had, because it's still going to be 4th down, and the Bills are still going to punt. But they're still worried about what is a catch and what isn't a catch, and all that. That's the thing with the officials. These zebras sometimes, every play they're throwing a penalty flag, sometimes they won't throw one at all, like they did earlier, until late. But down on the punt, it'll be 1st and 10 Chiefs when we return with 12:26 to play in this opening half. 9-7 Bills on the road against the Chiefs. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Rodgers on field goal decision to potentially go for it on 4th and goal from the 8, while down 8, 31-23. Rodgers wasn't my decision to kick a field goal with of course, trip to Super Bowl on the line. Wasn't my decision. So you can tell he's, of course, as all of Packer Nation is a little upset. Other than that, not a whole lot else going on right now. Yeah, alright. We'll do what else we have to do here that we didn't do earlier, as mentioned. Hey, life goes on.
Underneath every surface that carries a Honda badge, there has always been the capacity to amaze. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Pilot, Passport, and CR-V. Get financing as low as 0% APR on select 2021 Honda vehicles, available from well-qualified buyers. Why stick inside the lines when you can add some flavor to everything around you? A little cheesy here, aren't you coming there? Discover the possibilities of just $1. Taco Bell's $1 loaded nacho taco. It's value beyond belief.
February 7th, Super Bowl 55. The CBS Sports app streaming now on all your devices.
Here comes Super Bowl week. Come on. 2 teams, 1 epic game. No other network more here for it.
They're already rolling out the Super Bowl commercials. This is for NFL Network. They'll have, of course, all the coverage leading up to the game for the National Football League. The game will be on CBS in 2 weeks. Was, as mentioned, supposed to be on NBC. Last year's was on Fox. So the CBS, Fox, NBC trio, that order got switched up this year because NBC and CBS switched out because NBC was supposed to have the Olympics. Of course, those were postponed and very well could get postponed again. But 1st and 10 from the 18. End around to Hardman. He's got a block from Kelsey down the far sideline. Mecole Hardman out past midfield. Has a convoy, and he's going to be brought down inside the 35-yard line. 1st and 10 Chiefs. First big explosive play of the night goes to Kansas City Chiefs. Even though Hardman did make up with the touchdown off of the muff punt, the Chiefs at home field advantage, crowd already playing a factor, you can tell. Mecole Hardman, Andy Reid with the trick play on an end around, simple end around, that's all it was, and almost went the distance for 6. So it'll be 1st and 10 Chiefs now at the 32-yard line. As Mecole Hardman has around 50 total yards. As that went for almost 50. But, he does have, that touchdown reception for a few yards out as well. But in the meantime, after a 5-yard pickup, 2nd and 5 from the 27 for the Kansas City Chiefs here, 11-11 to play in this first half. Mahomes takes his mouthpiece out, puts it back in. Kelsey in motion. Toss near side. And Darrell Williams lowers his shoulder, 1st down Chiefs. 6 yards on 2nd and 5, 1st down Kansas City. First and 10 now from 21. 10.5 to play. First half. Bills 9-7 on the road against the Chiefs. Mahomes going to step up. Gets rid of it. It's caught. Kelsey down to 6. First and goal, Kansas City. Just as Tampa made it look easy earlier on the road, the Chiefs right now, even down, are doing the same. Just very explosive on offense. And then their defense is one of the best. I mean, you can't get to 14-2 without a good defense. First and goal. See what Mahomes and the Chief offense does here. Motion man. Hand off Williams. Williams gonna reach for the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Kansas City. And we'll see if he was down or not. He might have been short of the goal line. We'll see. But they say touchdown. And yeah, the rolling on the field is a touchdown, so they take a look at it, undisputed with video evidence. They return his knees down to 1, but was the ball, so to speak, across the goal line in the end zone. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown.
Addison was trying one last desperate attempt to knock it out of his hands, but failed to do so.
Yeah, that's a touchdown. They'll confirm it. Touchdown. Knee down right there, but the ball's, yeah, that's a touchdown. Nothing else to it. Extra point, Harrison Butker. As right now we sit at 13-9, making a 5-point lead. Kick up and good. 14-9 Chiefs. Scoring 14 unanswered. Following an early 9-0 Bill lead on the road in this AFC Championship game tonight. And it was because of that simple end around, Mecole Hardman for 50+. Good blocking. It all starts up front. And then a few plays later, touchdown Kansas City. So, just as Kansas City takes a 5-point lead, the Bills are going to need some scoop. There it is. Some sprinkles as well to get back in this. But maybe a fumble Ruski with the scoop and score on a strip sack, or we'll see. No, 14-9 Chiefs leading the Bills in this AFC Championship game.
Free 2-hour grocery delivery, included with Prime.
the Bills really now are going to need to start me up after blowing a 9-point lead, giving up 14 unanswered to Kansas City. As until just then, the road teams in both these games today had led whole entire game earlier, and then for almost a quarter and a half in this first half tonight in this game. So Chiefs lead 14-9. And Josh Allen almost picked off on 1st and 10, incomplete. Defender had it and dropped it. That's 2 interceptions, basically, for the Chief defense that they should have had. I mean, the other, as he fell to the ground, it fell incomplete, but that's a catch. He got way too many missed catches, way too many drop balls today. To catch that. But that's why he plays secondary as well, because you're not good enough to catch on offense as a wide receiver. But you're good enough to, cover and, catch it every once in a while. 2nd and 10 from the 25. Toss from Allen to Singletary. And TJ Yeldon, gets the 32-yard line for 7. So it'll be 3rd down and 3. Third down and 3. Allen drops back. A little too high for Diggs. Incomplete. 4th down, and the Bills are on a punt again. Maybe a fake punt. Probably not. 8:38 to play in this first half. Yeah, a little too high and out of reach. Far side towards the sideline for Stephon Diggs. 4th down, Buffalo on the punt. Almost blocked. And it's going to go out of bounds around the 22. Let's see where they spot the ball here. 23-yard line. 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 23 as they lead 14-9 when we return. How can they build off of their 14 unanswered and continue to control the game at home, have the rhythm, have the momentum? And really, it's just continue to do what you've been doing all season long, for God's sakes. Like, that's the thing with Green Bay. Like, they got away from the run earlier. Rodgers was having to do it all. Rely on the defense, and they did as much as they could, but it wasn't enough. They'll see if they can go 3 straight 13-3 NFC Championship games, but that's a long ways from now. That's this time next year, for God's sake. So, and a year is a long time. Even though it seems like since this past year has absolutely just flown by. They say time flies when having fun, but I don't know if anybody's been having fun since March with COVID-19. Hopefully everyone has mentioned staying safe. But how do the Chiefs just continue to roll over Buffalo here, extend their lead, get the chance to go back to Tampa to play the Buccaneers again? However, this time around it'd be for the Super Bowl. as the Bucs became the first NFL team in history to get to the Super Bowl, and they'll now have the chance to play in their home stadium. And that'd be a rematch from the Sunday after Thanksgiving game I sat here and called as well. So, didn't do as many NFL games this year as I normally do, but with, of course, everything going on, set the base standard for the future moving forward. Even after, the past few years, as mentioned, streamed a little bit more during the regular season and even in the playoffs. But the matchups, as of late, knowing potentially we could have got the games we did get today, and just taking the chance to sit back and relax and actually watch football as I used to watch football, and as I still do, but not like this, of course. So, see what Kansas City does here, but with 2 timeouts, they got 8:31 and 2-minute warning to score some more points here before halftime. 1st and 10 from the 23. Mahomes going to roll out. Mahomes right now, still along with Brady. And, we could get the, 4th matchup with those two, potentially in 2 weeks if the Chiefs win today, all time. Because they met in the NCAA game, they met in the regular season as well with Kansas City and New England, and then they met this year. So it'd be 4th. So it'd be split, 2 with the Chiefs and Patriots, and 2 with the Chiefs and Buccaneers now. But Mahomes, no doubt, right now, the future face of the NFL once Brady does officially retire. But it's David versus Goliath. It's old versus new. Complete to Travis Kelce, slipped and fell. First down, Kansas City Chiefs, though. That's just potential matchup. If we get Buffalo, it's sort of the same with Josh Allen, but not as potentially big as a matchup as Kansas City and Tampa Bay would give the NFL fan base. So they marked Kelce short, 3rd and inches. And who was that on the run? Clyde Edwards-Helaire. First down run for him up the gut. So, that's why we play games. We'll see what happens, of course, but not side on paper, side on the field. But, like I said, just think Buffalo wins. They're going to have to try to beat Brady to win a Super Bowl. Just their luck. 1st and 10 from the 34. Mahomes going to roll out near side, pump fakes, and then gets rid of it. Was that caught? No, incomplete. Intended for, I do believe, Kelce, if I'm mistaken. With 7 minutes on the dot to play in this first half. That's a damn good group of quarterbacks right there. All Hall of Fame quarterbacks, minus a few. Mahomes joining the list of quarterbacks to play in 3 straight conference title games. And hand off to Clyde. Clyde Edwards-Helaire for 5, 3rd down. Officially 4, 3rd down and 6. Hey, at least we still got football, though. At least we got what we got. We got to be, thankful for all that. So, yeah, it wasn't the same, no doubt, but it's better than nothing. Pump fake. Mahomes almost brought down on the sack. It's complete. And guess who? Travis Kelce. He's going to have 100 yards receiving in this first half, for God's sakes. He's doing what Devontae Smith did against Ohio State for Alabama in the national title game a few weeks back. 12 catches, 215, and 3 touchdowns on the first half. Didn't even play in the second half, for God's sake. That's ridiculous. Mahomes, to me, I compare Josh Allen to Ben Roethlisberger. Mahomes, to me, is this generation's Brett Favre. Complete to Hill, Tyreek Hill, inside the 20, down to the 16-yard line. You know, and it's just keep the play alive, keep it going, and make a play out of nothing. You know, you go back and watch Favre. That's all he would do. He was a gunslinger. That's what Mahomes is, too, for God's sakes. But to me, I mean, everybody has their own opinion, but to me, that's, you know, who these two quarterbacks remind me of. First and 10, Chiefs going, hurry up. And it's going to be caught. Travis Kelce going to stiff arm, dive for the goal line. He's going to be marked shy out at the half-yard line. I don't know. That might have been a touchdown. Tight end screen. Kelce just... Yeah, I'm just going to leap for a touchdown. He's going to be out at the 2. He's going to be out at the 2-yard line. Be first and goal at the 2. He's no doubt short. He didn't get in, but hey, he's making a play. He's trying to score. Actually, they're going to mark him at the half-yard line. First and goal at the half-yard line. Sean McDermott's going to call timeout. Buffalo timeout. Timeout Bills with 4:15 to play as Mahomes and McDermott were just staring each other down. Mahomes looked over and saw him standing there by the ref. I could call a timeout, stop it. Well, Mahomes could snap the ball, though, very quicker than, you know, he could get the timeout signal. Yeah, he was short. It should be first and goal at the 2. And that might be why he took a timeout. But, yeah, why would you call a timeout if you're just going to challenge it? But they might be looking at it up in the booth right now. Instead of first and goal from the inch line. But it's still going to be first and goal, and in a matter of a few plays anyway, the Chiefs are still going to score anyway, more so than not. So, I mean, there's not much of a difference there. Yeah, he's out at the 2. They'll mark him at the 1. So, I mean, it's not like it was a big third down stop and you have a 4th and inches at midfield with a game line. You know, it's right at the goal line. You can't get any closer than the inch line to the goal line than they already are right now. So, first and goal. Trips in a bunch near side. Mahomes out of the gun. Hand off to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Clyde Edwards-Helaire touchdown in his return from injury. As I like to say, Clyde used to play electric bass. Now he's scoring touchdown for the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, his first since the regular season. Touchdown Chiefs. 20-9. 20 unanswered for Kansas City now. And what's Josh Allen and the Bills gonna do here once they get the ball back? They're gonna have to. Still a lot of football left here, first half, 4-12, but still a lot of points to be scored by both these teams here, no doubt. But the Bills' defense needs to step up now. They're just allowing Kansas City to do whatever they want. It's touchdown Clyde. 25 from probably about 2.5 inches out. And touchdown Chiefs. But yeah, I said earlier I thought if the Chiefs do win here, with Tampa winning earlier now, I do believe they'd win again. But, you know, maybe Tampa gets revenge and the Bucs win. The thing is, if Kansas City does win, everybody's going to be pulling for the Chiefs against Brady and the Bucs because nobody likes Tom Brady. But, of course, we'll get to that game in 2 weeks for Super Bowl 55 when we get there. So. Yeah, there's that, but touchdown Chiefs 21-9 is where we stand.
Whatever it takes, the Home Depot is here to make that easy. Our delivery options get what you need, where you need it, and our app helps you keep track of everything, so you can keep doing what you do best. Whatever it takes to get the job done. Now, Pro Extra members earn rewards like tool rental center credit or Pro Extra dollars with every purchase. Join the loyalty program made just for pros at HomeDepot.com/Pro Extra. Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Tonight, I'll be eating a falafel wrap with sweet potato fries.
Thanks. Splitsies.
Oh, you meant the food, didn't you?
Research shows people remember commercials with nostalgia. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's one that'll really take you back.
What'd you get, Ryan?
It's customized home insurance from Liberty Mutual. It customizes our home insurance so we only pay for what we need.
Rodgers. Future is uncertain. Aaron Rodgers after Packers NFC Championship loss. A lot of guys' futures, they're uncertain, myself included. So what does that mean for Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers moving forward? We'll see. I thought he should have ran for a touchdown. He had green grass in front of him, for God's sakes. Stephen A. Smith weighing in. He's Aaron frickin' Rodgers. Can't believe Matt LaFleur didn't let Rodgers go for it to tie it. Yeah, but if you kick it like they did, they're down 5. They make another stand, which, of course, came into that pass interference, but they don't have any timeout stop the clock anymore. Rather than they go for it, don't get it, you're still down 8. Then you got to score, go for 2, and tie it, where if you kick the field goal like they did and they score again and then they win it that way, okay. Because then if you do it as I just mentioned, you don't kick it, you go for it, don't get it, and you're still down 8, you got to score, tie it, and force overtime with 1 minute time remaining, and then you go to overtime. But then, you might have given Tampa too much time then left as well to potentially kick a game-winning field goal or even score another touchdown to win it. And then, you're in the same boat. You've been in the whole game. The defense let them down in the first half. They played better in the second half, but the Packers' defense let them down in the first half. And they just couldn't get out of the hole they were in, plain and simple. Complete to Cole Beasley. First down, Buffalo. So, let's go Buffalo. Bills Mafia. The tomahawk chop in the Chiefs' kingdom. 21-9. Kansas City over the Bills. From the 39-yard line, 1st and 10. And Josh Allen incomplete near side, intended for TJ Yeldon. 2nd down. Another drop. Way too many drops today. Way too many. Come on. It's like, did you forget how to catch a football now? Is that Deontay Johnson, Eric Ebron playing for all these teams today? Over the middle, it's caught. And Dawson Knox putting a knot in the Chiefs defense. Another reception for him. 1st down, Buffalo has a touchdown as well. And now we've got an injury. Got a Chief defensive player down injured. And they'll take a commercial break with Austin 3:16 to play in this first half. Chiefs lead 21-9.
to walk to the sideline. The 1-yard line, they're trying to figure out what happened with Kelsey and where they should have been marked. You saw McDermott come down to call a timeout. We've gone back and forth over this with the official score, and they're saying the Chiefs had actually called a timeout first. I thought the Bills were about to run, but Kansas City didn't let the run. So the Bills have all three. They see with one remaining.
Josh Allen has all day to throw. 1st and 10, gets pressured late, finds a man, caught, first down, Buffalo, and TJ Yellen out of the backfield somehow kept the play alive, got open for Allen. As Allen kept the play alive, he got the hell open. That's the thing. Just get the hell open, catch the ball. Throw it to me, I'll catch it. But way too many drops today. And good coverage by Kansas City, whole entire play. And then Allen just lofted it up for him, and TJ Young came down with it. First down, Buffalo.
And final timeout. Kansas City. 30-second timeout. It's the Chiefs who call it. Their final one of the half. And by the way, you saw Spagnuolo, defensive coordinator. And you see the head coach right there, Sean McDermott. Same system. Both these defenses come from Jim Johnson, a great Jim Johnson, who was in Philadelphia. Dominant defensive coordinator. Both these systems are very similar. They both coached under Jim. Look at that Terrell. Look at how tough. He was tough. And ultimately, they all coached under Andy Reid. Exactly. You know, and you just look at the number of people that were in the game or on the sidelines. The enemy was actually on the Eagles roster that year. And then it goes on. Leslie Frazier.
So now after the Chief timeout, Allen on 1st and 10, gonna quarterback draw, quarterback keeper, first down run for him. Hell, he might get 100 yards rushing tonight by himself and lead the team in rushing. 2-minute warning though, as the Bills are gonna have to do more than run the football the rest of this game to get back in it. But they still gotta be balanced. Only trail by 12, 21-9 with 2 minutes to play in this first half of this AFC Championship game, with the Chiefs leading against the Buffalo Bills. Kansas City on top, 21-9 over the Bills.
New Bud Light Filtered Lemonade.
Get up, get moving, and gradually reduce gray the easiest way. Just step into the shower with Control GX, the first and only shampoo that blends away a little gray with every wash for a subtle, natural look. Control GX from Just for Men.
Do we really need a sauna to live, laugh, and love? Yes. The answer is no.
I can help. Homeowners adopt become their parents.
Yeah, no.
Calling
Buffalo 1st and 10. 2 minutes to play in this first half from the 19-yard line. Allen going to be under center. Fake the give to the back. Rolling out. Going to pump fake. Pump fakes again. Gets rid of it. Incomplete. Intended for... That's Dawson Knox again. 2nd down 10. Chiefs have no timeouts remaining in this first half. Bills have all 3. Second and 10 following incompletion. Allen, quick pass, slant, complete over the middle. Brought down at the 11-yard line. 12-yard line officially is where we're going to mark him down at. Is John Brown out of Pittsburgh State. Former Cardinal and Raven, now Bill. 3rd and 2 officially. See if the Chief defense can hold to give Mahomes and the Chief offense a chance to get the ball back here before halftime. Empty set 5 wide for the Bills from 12-yard line, 3rd and 2. Even though the first down marker is at the 9-yard line. Timeout, Buffalo. So that's the Bills' first timeout now. Now, Sean McDermott did call one earlier, but they said that the Chiefs took one just prior. So they gave the Bills their timeout back. So now the Bills just called their first timeout in this first half. 3rd and 2 from the 11, even though really it's 3rd and 3 from the 12 because first down marker's at the 9. As they can't even get that right, for God's sake. So 3rd down is short for Buffalo, we'll say, with 1:08 to play. From the 11, 3rd and 2, with 1:08 to play. Here comes Buffalo. After a timeout, the Bills gonna be in the gun. All right. Back to his right. Gonna run. Handoff and first down. Singletary. TJ Yeldon, excuse me. Yeldon's been the go-to now. I don't want to stop with Devin Singletary. They're running TJ Yeldon. It would be Zach Moss and then Devin Singletary, followed by TJ Yeldon and Tywan Jones. But Moss was lost against the Colts, and he's done for the year due to injury. 1st and goal. From the 8, they got 2 timeouts, 35 seconds now counting. Beasley in motion. And Allen going to hand off again, and another 4-yard run there for TJ Yeldon. Chunk plays. Eventually he'll break one off. Timeout Bills with 28 seconds to play. They'll have 2nd and goal.
So, Jake from State Farm, you're saying you don't have to look like me to get the Patrick price?
No. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
They'll grow back, promise.
I can't believe I did this.
At least you got the Patrick price.
My bad. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Back from the commercial, 2nd and goal. Following the Bill timeout, 28 seconds to play in this first half. There's Brian Dable, who doesn't look to be getting a head coaching job now. The Bills offense coordinator, the former Alabama offense coordinator. That's now Bill O'Brien's, following Steve Sarkisian's departure for Texas. Allen gets going to run out of bounds. Yeah, he stepped out before he threw it. That's not an incomplete pass. It'll be 3rd and goal now from the 10. They just lost all those yards that... Yeah, no, he was out before he threw it. They just lost all those yards they gained on those 2 rushes. No, he's out before he threw it. No, he was out of bounds, Tony Romo. You're seeing shit. No wonder you never won a Super Bowl with the Dallas Cowboys. 3rd and goal from the 9. And now they're going to review that. The Bills actually called timeout in the meantime, I think. No? They're just going to review it because it's under 2 minutes. No challenge. He was out of bounds before he threw the goddamn ball. How can you say that he was, with that look, that he was still in bounds and he threw it when he's clearly past the sideline and then he threw it? The ball's not even out of his hands until he's out of bounds. If they overturn this, there's something wrong. No, he's out of bounds before he threw that. That's a loss of 6-7 yards wherever they spotted it at. I don't know what the hell he was thinking to begin with, but yeah, it'll be 3rd and goal from like the 10 rather than the 4-yard line. He did not. See, the ball doesn't come out until he's halfway out of bounds. So I don't know how you can say the ball's out while he's still in bounds. Like, come on. I don't care if his feet aren't in or not, but he's clearly out of bounds. You can't throw a pass from out of bounds to inbounds, whether you're inbounds before or not, and have it, go down as an incomplete or a completion. So they overturned that because that's the most stupidest thing I've ever seen. 3rd down and goal from the 3. How the hell is that a pass? He was out of bounds before he threw the ball. That makes no sense. Play clock winding down. They got 1 timeout left. That's a delay of game. Back him up 5 yards, 8-9 yard line where he would have been anyway. No timeout. That's a delay of game. So that look that they just had with the review ain't going to matter. No, he did not get the timeout. Jesus Christ. Oh, so now they're going to reset the play clock. Oh, please. Jesus Christ. The refs earlier were letting them play. And then they threw 3 penalty flags in the second half and 1 cost Green Bay. This game, they have no clue what the hell they're doing. Like, Jesus Christ. 3rd and goal from the 4. Allen complete. And in the meantime, Sorensen on the tackle. Dawson Knox gonna be brought down about the 2-yard line or so. Was he tackled in bounds is the question, because if not, the clock's gonna stop. But if he was tackled in bounds, they need to call timeout. Buffalo's gonna kick here anyway. It's 4th and goal. Make it a 21-12 game. So anybody, if this, of course, kick is up and good, is dyslexic, well, look away. Because it'll be 12-21, 21-12, Chiefs on top of the Bills. So he did get out of bounds. Clock stops. Field goal, the chip shot up and good. And the Bills cut it back to 9. A point spread that they led by 9-zip. But then the Chiefs scored 21 unanswered until the Bills field goal there. So 21-12 with 11 seconds to play. The Chiefs have no timeout, so they'll get the ball back. They'll probably just take a knee, head on into halftime anyway. So both halftime scores very similar. It's 21-10 earlier with the Bucs leading against the Packers. Now 21-12. Chiefs leading against the Bills, but still 11 seconds in this first half. So until those 11 seconds turn into 0 and we hit halftime, anything, of course, can happen. And as mentioned, as always, first half stats and scores coming up at the half, so stay tuned. Kansas City going to return it from inside the 5. Mecole Hardman on the return to the 30. So Mahomes going to have 4 seconds. Take a knee. Hail Mary. Play hook and ladder. They'll probably just take a knee. Got a 9-point lead. Playing at home. You don't want to do anything stupid and then allow them to score before halftime again. Yeah, just going to take a knee here. So at the half, the Chiefs lead the Bills 21-12. Kansas City's 30 minutes away from going back to the Super Bowl. This time around, they'll take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a team they already defeated this year on the road in Tampa. 21-12 is your halftime score of the Chiefs and Bills. First half stats and scores. We got Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Allen on the road for Buffalo. 12 of 23 for 104 yards passing. Also has a touchdown. That passing touchdown to Dawson Knox, who has 4 catches for 25 yards receiving. Josh Allen, 3 carries for 42 yards rushing as well, whereas Devin Singletary has 5 carries, 16 yards, and TJ Yeldon, 3 for 15 rushing. Cole Beasley, 2 catches, 31 yards receiving. TJ Yeldon also has 2 catches, 27 yards receiving. Dawson Knox, 425, and that score, as mentioned. Stephon Diggs, only 2 catches for 12 yards. He's been targeted a few other times, a few drops, or, pass a little too high, incomplete. Way too many drop passes today, I've thought. So good for Kansas City. Good job by the Chief defense here of shutting down Stephon Diggs. John Brown also has a catch for 7 yards. Singletary catch for 2 yards on the backfield as well. And then Patrick Mahomes passing for the Kansas City offense as he has a carry for -1 yards rushing. He is 17 of 23 for $173 and a touchdown as well. That touchdown to Mecole Hardman. So both quarterbacks, very short passing touchdowns here in this first half. Darrell Williams, 2 carries for 12 yards. Mecole Hardman, 1 carry for 50 yards. Those on end around. And then Clyde Edwards-Helaire also has 5 carries for 10 yards and a touchdown. Williams also has a touchdown on the ground as well. So those are your 3 Chief touchdowns as they lead 21-12 at the half. And then Travis Kelce, 9 catches for 92 yards receiving in the first half here tonight. Tyreek Hill also has 3 catches, 52 yards receiving. Pringle, 2 of 16. Williams, 1 of 9. Mecole Hardman, 2 catches for 4 yards and a touchdown. And those are, in fact, your first half stats for the Bills and Chiefs. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Chiefs lead the Bills 21-12. At the half, Buffalo really, they just got to play better on defense, really. They're able to move the ball here on offense, it seems like, but the Chief offense against their defense is just a little bit too more powerful. So they just got to play better on defense, and if they can do that, and hold Kansas City to less than the 21 that they scored, and able to do what they've done on offense, they should be able to get back in it, and then we could have ourselves a ball game. So, one explosive play goes to Kansas City. I said whoever has the most explosive plays, I think, is going to win this game. Kansas City's leading by 9 at the half. 16-minute game. Tampa, early second half, as Green Bay scored 13 unanswered until, of course, the game-winning field goal, basically, to get 31-23, and then another field goal by Green Bay won Tampa the game, late. We had to get there though. We'll see how the Chiefs, with the lead, come out and play early second half. Along with Buffalo, as Green Bay earlier, 13 unanswered, can Bills, however unanswered as well to, cut it or take the lead. So 21-12 Chiefs over the Bills at the half is where we stand. But in my opinion, really Buffalo just needs to play a little bit better on defense. And the Chiefs are, other than the muff punt that they had, and a punt of their own, they're playing a near perfect game. Running game could be a little bit better. It was similar at the half with these two teams back in October. The Bills, if I'm not mistaken, kicked a field goal just prior to halftime. But then in the second half, the Chiefs came out and just ran all over their defense with Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So keep an eye out for Clyde Edwards-Helaire, along with Darrell Williams. Doesn't seem like Bell was a factor. That if Kansas City runs the ball with their running backs and they're able to run well with their running backs and execute first down and first down and first down, just run the ball down the Bills' throat, run over their defense, the Chiefs should come out on top here. The team that led at the half earlier won. The team that is leading right now is the defending Super Bowl 54 champions, trying to get back to the Super Bowl, take on Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Tampa in 2 weeks. This time in about 2 weeks or so from now, maybe a little less time-wise officially. As we have our halftime report right now, we'll have the Pepsi halftime show with the weekend. And hopefully you'll tune in 2 weeks for Super Bowl 55, live reactions, play library here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. But look for Kansas City just to continue to try to get a running game going, but then once they do, just continue to run the football. Once they do, there should be no looking back. I mean, hell, they already came from down 9 in this game, scored 21 unanswered, and now they lead, by 9, 21-12, giving up another field goal. So Buffalo play better on defense, Chiefs with a lead, run the football. If all that goes as planned, which it won't, we know it won't, but the Chiefs should hold on and win, or we might see a Bill come back and the Bills go to the Super Bowl for the first time in quite a while. But if the Chiefs get back, be back-to-back. However, they'll need to beat the Bucs for the second time this year to win back-to-back Super Bowls, becoming the first team since the Super Bowl 38-39 New England Patriots did so against Carolina Panthers and Philadelphia Eagles, an Andy Reid coached team. So, at the half, 21-12, Chiefs on top of the Bills.
If we're going to save humankind, this train is now an arc for humanity. Trophy is raised, the NFL welcomes 7,500 vaccinated healthcare heroes to Super Bowl 55, treating them to an unforgettable day.
Be our guest at the Super Bowl.
The celebration starts with the Super Bowl today, featuring live performances by Miley Cyrus and some of music's biggest stars. Right up to kickoff, Super Bowl Sunday on CBS.
On Friday, the NFL announced that they will indeed provide approximately 7,500 vaccinated healthcare workers with free tickets to Super Bowl 55 in Tampa, as folks, they are indeed the real MVPs, that would be most valuable people of the past year. Now, this week, Commissioner Roger Goodell surprised a group of healthcare workers from Sarasota Memorial Hospital with tickets to the Super Bowl for their entire COVID unit. An incredible way to use the Super Bowl as a moment to honor and thank these everyday heroes for their extraordinary service to the nation during the pandemic. The NFL will also use this as an opportunity to show the importance of vaccinations and safe health practices, including wearing masks in public
public centers. And considered the league's most prestigious honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award recognizes NFL players who have not only exhibited excellence on the field, but whose passion to impact lives extends beyond the game. Fans were encouraged to show support for their favorite nominee on social media through the 6th annual Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Charity Challenge. We are excited to announce that Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce is the winner of this year's charity challenge. And as a result, Travis will receive an additional $25,000 donation to his charity of choice. All nominees will be celebrated and the winner will be announced at NFL Honors on Saturday, February 6th, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on CBS. That is the night before Super Bowl 55. And the Verizon halftime report continues after this.
Okay, I thought for a minute there they were announcing the Hall of Fame class along with the Walter Payton Man of the Year. However, they normally do that during NFL Honors, and they'll continue to do that now during NFL Honors, as thought. But they just announced Travis Kelce won the vote from the fans at least, for Walter Payton Man of the Year, and they'll be donating, I think, $25,000 to his charity. Yeah, NFL Honors, as always, the night before Super Bowl. That's when the Hall of Fame class for next year will be announced. Peyton Manning should be a lock already. Hard to believe he's been out of the league for 5 years. Hey, Super Bowl 50 was his final go-round, and here we are 5 years later, Super Bowl 55. So, and then also that night, the NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year award as well will be announced, in which all 32 teams have at least one player participating, one player nominated for that award. So, halftime with the AFC Championship game, Chiefs lead the Bills 21-12 as we saw the Bucs beat the Packers earlier in the NFC Championship game, 31-26.
Tonight's big winner could be you. Find out on WTHA. The NFL Championship games are sponsored by Intuit TurboTax Live. File with the help of an expert, or let an expert file for you.
Tune in February 7th for the Pepsi Super Bowl 55 halftime show, featuring The Weeknd. Grab a Pepsi, scan it, and it goes into the action. Experience halftime like never before. Welcome back to the AFC Championship.
And as we're about ready to begin the second half, one of these two teams is going to move on, head to Super Bowl 55, and the other team, as we saw the Packers head home earlier, their team will do the same. And then we'll have two left standing. The winner of this will take on Tampa Bay in Tampa Bay against the Buccaneers for Super Bowl 55. The Bills have to play better on defense, and with a Chief lead, run the football.
Kelsey underneath. And that's really hurting them right now. Just stay disciplined and be like, can we keep doing this? Because they're just really efficient. It's tough, but I go to a 3-down line, put Milano on them instead of a 4-down line.
Tell me the next gen stats, Power 5, AWS injury as Kelsey with 9 catches in that first half.
Kelsey's been the biggest playmaker other than Mahomes dishing it out to everyone. I mean, Hardman has that 50-yard run, but Kelsey just 9 catches, 92 yards in the first half. We'll see if Buffalo on defense can shut him down. If not, it could get ugly. But, I mean, both quarterbacks have played well. Both 23 attempts apiece. Mahomes has about 70 more yards passing, but they both have a touchdown as well. So, something's got to give. We'll see what does. But the Chiefs are back deep to receive, and we're underway now in the second half. As we begin quarter number 3 in this AFC Championship game, 1st and 10, Kansas City from the 25-yard line.
Andy Reid extremely pleased with his offense in that second quarter. I asked him, what is the key to this second half? He said, more points. We just need to score more points. You can never...
More points, says Andy Reid. Score more points. Because if you don't, and then you don't hold Buffalo in defense, well, yeah, they're going to come back and beat you. Kelsey in motion. Mahomes, quick pass, complete to Tyreek Hill near side. He scoots up the near sideline. Out past midfield. He might have stepped out, but he gets to the 42 just like that. Fast, fast, fast. Tyreek Hill. Never step. I'd hurry up. He did step out. Right there. Yep. So that's a good 10-yard difference. The Bills are going to challenge. He's going to win this too. Sean McDermott's going to win that challenge. He stepped out. I don't know the exact yard line, but he stepped out. A good 10 yards at least.
That's what I was saying. Through McDermott.
Sean McDermott's going to win this. We had one challenge earlier with Green Bay. Matt LaFleur challenging that touchback. Was it a touchback or not? And yeah, he stepped out right there. He won the challenge. Sean McDermott now going to challenge this. He's going to win this as well because he stepped out. But the thing is, the officials should be doing a better job of, hey, that was a touchback. He stepped out here. We're going to mark him out, and then we'll take a look at it if needed, rather than just let it go. But then sometimes the best thing is, you know, just to let it go. And, hey, they want a challenge, so be it. Win it, lose it, whatever the case may be happens, okay. But, yeah. So, yeah. He's going to win this challenge when we come back. Hey, Head and Shoulders. Allow me in this commercial next time with Paul Mall and Mahomes, why don't you? Or give me a Head and Shoulders deal, for God's sakes. But, no. All seriousness. Yeah, he stepped out. It will still be 1st down and 10. Kansas City is just going to be where they spot the ball at. He's going to lose another around 10 yards or so, I guess. Thinking. So the Bill defense has to continue to step up, make some stops. If not, you know, it's going to get ugly, I bet. And then I think once Kansas City extends their lead here, then, even though they probably should be running the ball now, then they'll get to the running game in the 4th quarter, as they should, and run the clock out and, you know, run away with the win and get back to the Super Bowl. So we'll see, but that's where we stand at. Challenge by Buffalo right now, and Sean McDermott's going to win it. And like I said, that's on the refs. Like, they need to be doing a better job. And I get it's a, you know, hard thing to do in live real time, but when these refs have been in the league for how long and they continue to mess up, then there's something wrong. He stepped out where? Also, shit. About a 20-yard difference. 15-yard difference officially. Yeah, he stepped out right there. That's a no-brainer. Because the grass even came up behind it as well. And then he cut back in and then got down inside Bill's territory at the 42. But they're still in their own territory back at the 41 where he stepped out 1st and 10. Complete the hill. Let's do it again. And he gets 5, maybe 6 near side on the reception, 2nd down and average for the Chief offense here. As they lead by 9 here early 3rd quarter. Second and 5 from the 46, another completion. And Byron Dorito Pringle. 1st down, Kansas City, it looks like. First and 10, KC. From the 48. Kelsey in motion. Mahomes actually under center. Handoff. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He's going to lose a few yards, so Buffalo ready for the run now. As they should be.
And Oliver and the Bills are able to get a tackle for a loss. That's the part that's really different, right? They're doing a great job in the run game, except for Harkins. 1 rush for 50 yards. Williams has 12 yards. Blair's got 7. I mean, they're not getting any yards in the run game. Leslie Frazier's defense, just last week, held Lamar Jackson to single digits.
And yeah, the thing with Leslie Frazier, going back to Todd Bowles with head coaches that didn't have success in their first go around for some reason, get another shot at, becoming a head coach again. What makes you think Pat Shermer's a prime example, okay? Didn't win with the Browns, didn't win with the Giants, and they fired him. What makes you think, Leslie Frazier is going to have success if he goes somewhere again? He sucked in Minnesota. There's no penalty flag. It'll be 2nd down for the Chiefs after the completion of Travis Kelce. And, yeah, that's a good no call on a potential face mask. But, I'm sure there's a plethora of other coaches that I'm not even thinking of that didn't win and, stop one, but then for some reason won elsewhere. Or didn't win elsewhere, but let me say this. They didn't win in the first stop, went and became an assistant coach somewhere, got another head coaching opportunity, didn't win again. Like, what makes you think they're going to win again if they didn't win before? Like, it makes no sense. That's just how it works. But then they'll fire coaches that have had success. And, look at Philly and Houston. They fired Doug Peterson for, having the season the Eagles had this past year, just a few years after a Super Bowl, where they should have never got rid of Nick Foles. And then they should have got rid of Wentz, but they'll end up keeping him. Stafford's going to be moving on from Detroit. They got Hurts in Philly, though, so that's not a destination for him. Rivers just retired, so Stafford's either going to go to Indy or New England, I think. Cam Newton's going to be a free agent. And then the Texans fired Bill O'Brien after, won in the regular season, won division titles, never really won in the playoffs. And then with what he did last year as general manager, well, he was thrown into that situation as GM because they didn't want to hire a GM until after this season. So they didn't give him a shot on having 1 full year as a GM, even though he did what he did. And then the players he traded, did better there than what they ever done in H-Town. So just frustrating with some of the shit happening.
You're saying you don't have to look like me to get the patch?
Just not in sports, for God's sakes, just around the world, and
Surprisingly free rate.
everything's gotta be political nowadays. Like, just shut the hell up. You know, like, seriously,
At least you got the patch of price.
we don't know much, you know, by ourselves, but
You want the real deal?
what makes you think you know more than me? Like, come on, you're full of shit.
Akeem, you have a son. We are going back to America. Oh, Lord, Majesty. Hey, Laguna, come up in here. It's good to see you. It's good to keep playing in the ball. Yes, a man down and winning.
Coming to America, the technically second in that franchise, with the number 2 and coming to America. Remaking, well, continuing on with those movies. With Donkey from Shrek himself. So a chief injury, that's why there's a commercial break. The Kansas City Chief football, up 9, 21-12 here, third quarter. 1st and 10.
So that TV show tonight after football here on CBS.
Fantastic. First and 10, and Wisniewski comes in for Wiley, who appeared to be just fine walking off. He might be returning.
Hill in motion. And Hill has it. I thought Mahomes handed off to the running back, not Tyreek Hill, but Hill running across the middle, near side, about 8 yards on that run. 2nd down. When the hell did he give him the football? I didn't even see that. I thought he handed off to the running back. And then, about 2.5, 3 yards to go. 2nd and 2 officially after that run by Tyreek Hill. The cheetah, as they call him. From the 27. Buffalo with some pressure. Mahomes incomplete near side. I don't know who he's going to there, but incomplete 3rd down and 2. They're in field goal range, so I mean, it's up for field goal, go up 12, so be it. Still a lot of football left. The Bills have yet to get the ball, though, this second half. So as long as the Chiefs, continue to drive here and run some clock off, score a touchdown, I mean, that's time Buffalo doesn't have to give away. Screen, oh, big hit. No gain, 4th down, and here comes Harrison Butker. Screen, it was caught by Clyde. And just as Reggie Bush wore 25 for the Saints, that's what I'm getting at right now. That's the feel. The Eagles with that spear on Reggie in the Superdome. That's sort of what that was, but it wasn't, a fake-ass Goldberg spear by any means. It was just a big hit, clobbered right there at the line of scrimmage, no gain. 4th down and 3. Harrison Butker now from 40+. Kick going to be up and good as the Chiefs extend their lead to 12, 24-12 here with 10:48 to play in this third quarter.
T-Mobile knows the new year brings big news. Get an iPhone 12 with 5G on us on every single plan. And save 20% your bill every month versus the other guys. That's right, iPhone 12 on us, only at T-Mobile.
CBS All Access turned into Paramount Plus. Everything's whatever it is plus. As they don't have any more NFL games to promote now, other than NFL Honors and Super Bowl 55 in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tonight, Super Bowl 55. The Buccaneers and the winner of this game right now, the Bills and Chiefs. And the Chiefs lead by 12, 24-12. So after the touchback on the kickoff from Kansas City after the field goal, 1st and 10 Bills from the 25-yard line. And it'll bring up 2nd and 5 after a 5-yard gain on 1st down and 10. Ball at the 31-yard line. Motion man, handoff, and that is McKenzie, if I'm not mistaken. Isaiah McKenzie, number 19. I thought so. 6 yards for him on 2nd and 5. So the Buffalo Bills taking one out of the Chiefs playbook. Running a simple end around